A new season means a new championship fight and a clean slate for all involved. So while the curtain rises here at Silverstone, we'll set the stage and introduce you to the players. Will we see a story of drama and intrigue? Will there be heroic underdogs or impressive dominance? We'll find out soon as we get ready to watch the 4 hours of Silverstone, Round 1 in the DGFX series. And you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Nick Schmeg. Next to him is Taylor Burris. Behind the scenes is our director, Sean Crackers Ambrose, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Taylor, Silverstone has seen its share of endurance racing in the real world, but tell us about the track here on iRacing.
Well, of course, welcome everyone to the home of British motor racing. Located in Towcester, Northamptonshire, UK, this 3.19 mile or 5.1 kilometer 17-turn course is by far one of the most amazing tracks in the world. Originally was used as an Air Force base for the Royal Air Force, this track has been through many different phases, in fact holding its first race in 1948. Formula One called this place home, but sports car racing has been here for quite some time. As a matter of fact, the 6 hours of Silverstone has been racing here since 1976, with John Fitzpatrick and Tom Walkinshaw winning the first edition of that race in a BMW 3.5 CSL. Now, let's take you, the fan, on this historic course as we go through on a GSRC lap guide.
Corner. But the good news is there's lots of paved runoff to the outside in case you overshoot it. Just try not to lose it if you run over the AstroTurf. From there, you need to switch sides quickly to set up for the Maggots-Beckett sequence. This will be mostly single file in this section as the corners tighten with each change of direction. Because it leads onto the hangar straight, the final run through Chapel requires you to get back on the power as soon as you know the car will stick. Drivers will be hungry for a chance to pass, so hesitating on the throttle will put you at a severe disadvantage. The draft isn't super big in these cars, and every little bit of momentum helps. Finally, you reach Stowe, and you may see someone try to outbrake their opponent here. But the rise mid-corner makes it tough to keep the car from washing out and also makes it pretty blind. You don't have much time before you're chucking it into Vale. This is another popular overtaking spot, but it's very slow, and the change of direction can often lead to car contact when someone gets overambitious. This chicane bleeds directly into Club, where a little patience will be required in getting your foot down. The paved section to the outside does allow you to swing wide, just be sure to get back on track before it runs out. Up next is the Abbey chicane, where drivers are also likely to try to send one up the inside. This is an interesting switchback though, because the second half opens up a lot more, and you should be able to power through it. From out of there, you'll need a little lift to make it through Bridge, and then comes the awkward entry into Priory. Passes can sometimes happen here, but miscommunication is very easy because someone could defend late. You've got a short burst before Brooklands, which is one of the slowest corners on the track. This is another one where you might see a variety of lines because of how it flows directly into Luffield. Whichever way you take it, you definitely want to square off the exit of this hairpin so that you can get to the throttle sooner. From there, Woodcote is easily flat out, and hopefully you've now finished a lap around Silverstone. You see a lap around Silverstone's GP course, and a little bit sunnier, a little bit earlier in the day when we ran that lap. You can see it's a little more late in the evening here for the race. Now, in case you've never watched the DGFX series, because, well, this is a new one here for us at GSRC to get to cover. We're proud to have it. Let's go to Nick for the race details.
Yeah, thanks there. First round of 6 here at Silverstone for the DGFX. The classes are going to be split up like this. The LMP1s are going to have the Porsche 919s and the Audi R18s. The Honda Performance ARX 01Cs are in the LMP2s. And then your GTE classes with the Ferrari, Ford, and Porsche. We do have open setups here. These drivers and teams, I should say, have been hard at work over the offseason putting together some really fast cars. Our race distance, 4 hours, 2 to 4 drivers on each team. Driver swaps going to be very crucial today. You're going to have to turn your strategy on a dime if need be, because we do have full course cautions. And as most endurance series go, all drivers do have a minimum time to hit today in the cockpit.
Absolutely. I believe 1 hour per driver minimum. Now, This series will seem a little bit familiar to those who have watched the GSRC and seen the Autobahn series, which has the same three classes, the GTEs, the LMP2s, and the LMP1s. But Taylor, this is a very different beast with those cautions that was mentioned, with the driver swaps that was mentioned. So I have a feeling we're in for something that is very different in flavor. And because of that, what do you think are the keys to the race today? What's going to get a team a win?
Well, one of the biggest things is going to be that pit stop strategy. When and when not to do driver swaps, as well as when to bring the car in. Of course, the drivers are not always allowed to go into pit road all the time. As a matter of fact, some of the times, it won't be till the race officials declare pit road will be open. So knowing when that time is going to be very important for our drivers to make sure. Also, there's several different fields, several different speed differentials between these cars and classes. So drivers are going to have to be alert, keep focused on the track as well as the competitors around them. So GTE drivers are going to have to be alert on not only what's in front of them, but what's behind them. And of course, this track has a lot of runoffs, but still, got to be careful not to go too much off track. Otherwise, that could incur a penalty for these drivers. So drivers are going to have to be very careful here at this amazing track. And Joe, I tell you what, DGFX is by far really important with this series. It's a very big endurance series. I'm looking forward to calling this race today.
Same here. I know that it's brought a lot of drivers out of the woodwork. I mean, just looking at our field today, we have a full 60-car field. That is a lot of vehicles out at once, which is going to make that traffic management so important. It tends to be a lot more frantic, Taylor, in Autobahn. Do you think because of the cautions and the longer race times, it'll be a little bit less chaotic out there between these cars? Because we've seen the GTEs and the LMP1s have an incredible lap time difference.
I think it's actually going to be a little more chaotic, because especially when those cautions come out, if and when we do have them, that's going to bunch the field back up together. And that's going to cause way more issues on those restarts. So we'll really have to see what happens. I know running in this series, it's very difficult to keep an eye on what's going on around you. So these drivers are going to have to be very careful going through certain parts of the course.
Just about 5 minutes left in qualifying that's going on right now. You notice that there's only GTE cars out there. Well, they split the qualifying into each of the classes, including splitting the GTE Pro and GTE Am. As Jason Dilworth, apparently that lap is not going to count for him. This makes sure that nobody really trips over each other with the classes, as we said, having such different lap times. Nick, another interesting thing about this series, we mentioned those cautions, but it's not just the cautions that make this significantly different from most iRacing series. There's a rule about fast tows. Now, most iRacing drivers will know what the fast tow is, but could you explain what they are and how the rules affect them here in this series?
Yeah, no problem. So the fast tow here in iRacing is essentially a reset button if your car has slid into the gravel or the sand or off the track and is unable to get back to the pit lane quickly. You can hold down usually the escape button, and it's essentially a reset button. The only catch is that it will simulate the time that it takes the invisible tow truck there to take you back to the pit lane. Now, here in DGFX, it's going to be a very interesting rule where you have to let the stewards know if your car is disabled on the side of the road, wherever you may be, and they will review the incident, possibly put out a full course yellow, and then give you permission for a full tow.
So drivers will need to pay attention to where the openings are and the Armco at the edges of the track. That'll probably be able to keep them from putting out the full course yellow. And nobody, obviously, some teams will like you, some teams won't. It'll depend on their situation, but you definitely want to try and prevent that full course yellow if possible. Also, a quick note about that. The stewards have told the drivers that if they are in a dangerous spot where they're at a blind corner or something that could cause a big accident, they can take the fast tow without asking, just to make sure that we don't have major incidents out there. And we're just waiting for the last of the qualifying to finish up here. Just about 3 more minutes left to go. Taylor, I know you did a little bit of racing in this series before. And obviously that gives you a great perspective on how to be competitive, how to deal with all these very unique rules that no other series deals with. Do you think we're going to see a big learning curve for any of the newcomers, or do you think they'll be able to adapt pretty quickly?
I think for the most part, these drivers are going to adapt quite quickly, especially for those who are fans of sports car racing, whether it be the WEC or IMSA. Watching those series and knowing this has the same rules package as those, with a couple of small differences due to the fact this is a sim racing series. But for the most part, the rules were quite simple to understand for the most part. Just listen to the admins as well as best you can, and of course, follow their rules, and of course, race clean, and you should be no problems at all for these drivers.
Yeah, hoping for a nice clean race. We do have, like we said, 4 hours, and we'll be with you for all of it here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Already seeing some names that are some major players in other series that we cover. Kinetic Racing has made an appearance. They're up there in the order. We'll go over the qualifying order once they've finished up here. Wyvern Racing, Team Heusingfeld, two big ones. Fitzy Motorsports is another one I recognize. Black Sheep, of course. Torque Freak Racing. Kinetic even has one down in the GTEs, I see, so they're showing up in multiple different classes out there. This is a big deal out here, Nick. We've seen races such as the majors draw a big crowd and draw a lot of effort, but I don't think anything quite like this.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about it. 60 cars on the track, a full field, all at different speeds, basically. It's going to be chaotic. We can talk about strategy from a driver's standpoint as much as you want, but the first key of this race is just keeping your car clean.
Yep, it's a long way to the finish, and needing speed out of your car, especially these cars being so aero-dependent throughout the race. All of them really need a lot of it to get through the corners, which there are a lot of them here at Silverstone. Very much a technical course. Just about a minute left, and then we go racing for 4 hours here as poor Christian Unenberg, fortunately, has a bad time there with the Abbey chicane. So the Team Vikings car seems to be done for qualifying. Now we're watching Pedro Diaz down there in 30th overall, coming around on number 327. I'm excited about bringing this series on board. I know we've been in talks with DGFX for a long time. They've wanted us to cover them, and finally the doors opened. We had the opportunity to bring them on board, and there was a lot of smiles when that contract finally was able to be signed. The Pineapple Racing car just coming around the last corners. Think he's going to have enough time to get in and off of Luffield and around Woodcote. Just going to sneak through, sitting in 31st, Pedro Diaz. And again, we haven't mentioned it, but the driver who is putting the qualifying time will have to start the car. So the ones that you see out there right now are the ones that will be the first into the car at the start of the green. There we go. They're going to be able to finish their hot laps now as the checkered flag has come down. Anybody who crosses the line is done. We can see a few cars giving up on their hot laps, it looks like, as they slow down. Ooh, big slide there. Aggressive into Vale for Billy Fletcher. Lex Sim 24 Racing podcast driver is going to be able to finish his lap here. As he comes his way through bridge, his lap right now looking like a decent one. The question is, can he improve on that 24th? That's going to be 15th in class. 24th in class. This will be the last car to be able to get a lap in. As he crosses the line, sitting at a 142.30. He does not improve, unfortunately. And that'll be it. So let's go through our starting grid with the LMP1s. The AVA Vervatic number 25 is on the pole with Kinetic Racing number 83 starting in second. Second row begins with the Scuderia REC Unicorn, with German Sim Racing LMP1 DGFX starting in 4th. Then it's GT Temple Racing number LMP1 starting in 5th. Simatalk Esports Jade will be in 6th at the green flag. Sim Experience Element Shading will be 7th, with SRT Team USA LMP1 01 in 8th. Beast Racing will round out our LMP1 field starting in 9th. Nick, what's the LMP2 field look like?
A good lap time by Wyvern Racing HPD, going to be starting on the pole in that class. Team Huskenveld 111 going to be outside of them. Nomad Sim Racing HPD behind them, 13th overall. Then Lux Sim 24 Moad Podcast HPD in 14th. Fitstye Motorsports Fighting CRC behind them. Black Sheep Motorsports 187 in 16th. German Sim Racing LMP2 DGFX in 17th. Right behind them, NAB Racing and Team Vikings Fenris, PCDC Motorsports Green and Vapex Racing Group Red. Road Bastards Alpha is going to be 22nd. 23rd, the Sim Experience Element Sim Racing Water Team, that is, and Bad Cactus Racing Chala. 4X Racing HPD in 25th, and 26th overall, rounding out that class, is V-Apex Racing Group Purple.
Starting on the pole position for your GT class will be the Torque Freak Racing Team Corkscrew, followed by Lux Sim 24 Podcast Racing Team, with the Kinetic Racing Team 283 in the 29th position overall. Starting 30th overall is the Team Viking the Ragnarok Team, will be starting in 30th position, followed by the Geodesic Racing Black Team in 31st. Speedworks Racing Team West in 32nd, followed by the Lux Sim 24 Mofa Podcast GTE car in 23rd. Team Huxkeveld is going to be starting in 34th, followed by the German Sim Racing Team in 35th. The Geodesic Racing Gold Team will be starting 35th, 6th, followed by the Fitstye Motorsports Team in 37th. Team Bushfink in their green racing car will be starting 38th, followed by the Nomad Sim Racing Team. Alliance Racing will round out your top 40. In 41st position will be the Black Sheep Motorsports in 41st, Virtual Motorsports in 42nd, Samba Racing Team in 43rd, Fisher Motorsports in the 44th position, followed by the V-Apex Racing Group Orange in 45th, Torque Freak Racing the Blanchimont Team in 46th, Yugasai Racing in 47th, with the Black Sheep Motorsports 221 car in 48th. PCDC Motorsports the Yellow Team in 49th, followed by the Lux Sim 24 Motva Rookie Team in 50th. In the 51st position will be the Graphite Racing Team in 51st, PCDC the Motorsports the Red Team in 52nd, followed by the Ava Vertitech 394 Team in 53rd. Team Vikings Midgard Team will start in 54th, followed by the Black Sheep Motorsports Team 323 car in 55th. Pineapple Racing 327 and 360 will be lining up side by side in 56th and 57th, followed by the VRG Engineering Team in 58th. Back Autotech Sim Racing will be starting 59th, and then rounding out your rest of your field in 60th and 61st is the Bad Cactus Racing Teams.
A round of applause for poor Taylor, who has the brunt of the field. Actually, more than half. 35 cars in his class. As we see them now working their way around just behind the roof pace car. Doing a full pace lap with a rolling start. They are going to do a split start in this field. It should be very interesting to watch, to see how long it'll take for these LMP1s to catch up to the tail of the GTE AM class. Now heading down the hangar straight to one of the more popular places to overtake, but I know it's not a lot of braking in the GTE cars. I have to imagine, Taylor, that in the LMP1s it's even less braking. They're probably flying into there.
Oh, most definitely. You'll probably see those LMP1 cars not even touch the brake at all unless there's an incident in front of them for the most part in the race going into Cops Corner.
And down towards another popular place for overtakes here in Tavale, which is heavy braking for every car for sure. You can see just how tight and twisty it is into there. There's our LMP2 class. Going to be just in between them, but still quite a bit of downforce on these cars. But single make out there, and this machinery. In fact, I haven't looked to see how many that we have between the Porsches and Audis, and it looks like a good mix in this series. A couple Audis, not a whole lot, mostly Porsches and the LMP ones, as they are allowed to choose between them. There is slight differences, and they will have a balance of performance between the makes of cars, except for in the HPDs, which are single make, just to ensure that from track to track there is no one overwhelming advantage from one make to another. Now they head into Bridge and Priory. There we see the GTE class now just hitting Abbey, so they're going to be stretched out over this track quite a bit. It is a long lap length for most cars. The LMP1s, of course, running just about a minute and a half around here, but almost 2 minutes for the GTEs. So 30 seconds difference there. All right, out of the final corner, out of Luffield, the roof pace car peels in up to Woodcote. Terry Renson and the AVA Vervatic. Number 25 gets the green flag. And away we go here for round one, and DGFX down into Copse Corner, most of them getting single file. Looks pretty clean as they head towards Mackett's and Beckett's. Let's go to LMP2.
Wyvern Racing just took through turn one there, and in a very similar start, very clean, very single file as they're going to get spread out, heading down towards Mackett's and Beckett's.
David Barkalow and the Torque Freak Racing Torque Screw team goes down in the Copse with an extraordinary lead right now over Mark Fletcher and the Lux Sim 24 team. Those two Porsches are lined up with the Kinetic Racing team routing out your top three as they head down towards Maggott. Nose to nose between these two in the GTE category as they head down out of there into Beckett's.
Look at the absolute stream of cars working their way through there. Already, our LMP1s are coming out of club, still being led by Renson. Mark Torres is giving chase. There you see the lead pack, way deep into Abbey for the first time for Mark Torres. Vlad Zayachenkovsky behind them, sitting in the podium position, trying to threaten the car of Torres to see if he can move a little bit farther up, but he's got to watch his mirrors because already Marcel Egbers giving chase and closing in under that rear wing, Nick.
Yeah, a real good lap there for our leader Thierry Renson there in the AVA Vervatic 25. He had a lot of pressure from Mark Torres for just about the whole lap until just recently when he was able to pull away.
Meanwhile, in the LMP2, still being led by Cy Andra and the Wyvern Racing Machine. Boysenfeld number 111. Giving chase, that's Fantini and that machine. They've got a nice little gap to third place. Tony Barrett being challenged by Jake Farquhar in the Lux Sim Sport Motive Podcast HPD. Pretty much single file. Everybody knows it's a long race, Taylor. So not seeing too much heavy racing here in the first lap.
Yeah, one of the Ferraris of Frickstein Racing got a little bit loose coming into Club Corner, was able to go off course and now rejoin the track, but so far it is still going to be Torque Freak Racing leading in the GTE class.
Yep, David Barraclaw out there. Not much of a gap to the cars behind. Fletcher, then Vandergook, then Vigo, then Herzog, then Von Wendt. And you finally get a gap. Very much a train. Look at that, heading down the Hangar Straight as they all try to get into the slipstream. And up to Copse one more time. Excuse me, up to Stowe one more time.
Looking at our GTE-AM leader right now, Jason Dilworth in the Nomad Sim Racing GTE car. He's got a good lead over his competitor, which is going to be in the 334 Fisher Motorsports, Benjamin Fisher and his Porsche. It's going to be an interesting battle to watch the GTE-AMs as well amongst the GT Pro cars. So looking forward to seeing how they go as they go out of Club Corner down towards Abbey.
Yeah, we should point out that the GTE-AM was not grid separately from the Pro, so they were mixed in there wherever they qualified within the overall GTE class. Hence why we've got so many cars between Nomad Sim Racing and Fisher Motorsports right now, which is probably exactly what Nomad wants.
Yes, indeed. They got at least 6 to 7 cars in between them, maybe a little bit more. So Jason's got a little bit of a sigh of relief as he looks underneath Roderick Wittenberg in the Geodesics Racing Gold Team out of Woodcote. Down the front straightaway they go into Cobb's Corner. Still too early right now. Don't want to be putting too much pressure on the competition. We're still only just a few minutes into this race.
As we watch this, Vlad Z in third place, very much dropping off and under threat as Egbers has been doing what he can to try and get himself onto the podium. There you see Vlad in the blue and white machine. The green and black is Marcel Egbers.
Yeah, Joe, I've been watching this battle for the first couple of opening laps. Marcel Egbers really, I think, has the speed to get around him. He's had to get on the brakes pretty viciously. He slid just barely into the grass. Might have picked up a small 1X there, but he slid viciously coming into a turn and nearly took him out. It was very close, but he's been battling hard and really closing the gap.
Getting a little bit of a break for now. Also, Vlad starting to catch up to Mark Torres. Torres must have made a mistake there recently because that gap was much bigger. One thing we haven't talked about in these cars, for those who haven't watched LMP1 racing, Nick, is the battery management that these guys have to do. They are hybrid machines, and that can make a big effect on your lap. Yeah,
the amount of power these cars have is very differentiated throughout the field when you're trying to manage that. Just causes some very interesting strategies, as we just saw there. Marcel Egbers get right up to the back bumper there of Vlad.
Once again, starting to drop off of Torres. Could be that difference in use of the battery. It can certainly help you with a pass. We've seen it in the Autobahn series. And look at this, climbing up all over the back of him. Egbers once again going on the attack. Can't quite do anything with it. Zienkovsky holding him behind after every corner. And amazingly, despite them battling, or pseudo-battling, they haven't really been caught by the car behind. Soranzo, David Soranzo in the Simotalk Esport Jade car has not had anything to try and claw them forward.
Yeah, I'm wondering if David Soranzo back there is just watching this battle saying, hey, I don't want to get caught up in anything too soon. Now's a good time to tone back the battery, log off a few laps, a few minutes, and just relax in this early part of the race.
Down in the GTE class, though, second place, seeing quite a good battle. Fletcher's doing all he can to cling to David Barraclaw, our leader. But, boy, that Kinetic Racing 283 Taylor is keeping him honest.
He has been. Tommy Vandergaard has been doing all over, trying to get anywhere to get by Mark Fletcher right now as they go down under bridge up towards Abbey. Excellent racing between these two. Tommy's just trying to find a way to get underneath him. He almost had an opportunity coming out of Woodcote. He dives to the inside, shows his nose down as they go up through Prairie, down into left field, into Woodcote. It's just great racing between these two, and looks like David Barraclaw is just enjoying the show behind him and pulling away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, been very smooth racing from that orange and blue Porsche that's leading the way. There you see Barraclaw heading at you into Cops, chucking the car in. We've watched David race in multiple other series here on GSRC. We know he's fast in various other cars, and he's showing that he can do it as well in high-end GT cars as we ride on board looking backwards.
See right now, I'm looking at our LMP1 leader. He's working his way up through the field in the GTE Pros already.
In fact, right behind him, second, third, and fourth there. Very close, all nose to tail, trying to fight their way through this traffic.
Let's hop on board, Terry, just to see what it's like heading through the traffic when it's at its absolute worst. Of course, he could have to deal with something similar again if we have a caution. Here we see from the dashboard of Renson, the Benelux driver has to weave his way essentially wherever there's an opening, wherever it's safe. Now is certainly not the time to put the car at risk, even though he is the leader, using that little bit of runoff on the exit of Club. Pretty soon should be through most of the GTE class. LMP2s, haven't checked on them in a while. They're still being led by Andra. Ronnie Fantini has not dropped off. In fact, this class, the podium is pretty close together. Jake Farquhar is still relatively close to them, and he has the first gap to the cars behind him. Benjamin Gregory dropping back by a full 3 seconds currently.
Yeah, this class right here.
Oh. And Mark Torres in the LMP1s is having all kinds of trouble. He was in second place. That was Egbers who managed to get by. They were in an absolute mess of cars. We got a car off and a big incident. Mikey Grims is involved. We've got an LMP1, that's Fabian Jungbluth. And there's a Porsche off, Bas Rowinkle and the Samba Racing team. They're going to be able to return. Looks like no caution. Let's see how this one erupted on the replay. Looks like it started with maybe a bit of ghost contact with Mikey Grims, because I don't see him touching anybody.
Just looks like a chain reaction going through there when you're battling so close to each other. So little room you can give each other there.
Yeah, and Bas Rowinkle also looked like he had a little bit of netcode.
The looks of that contact that Fabian had, it looked like that might cause a little bit of issues for aerodynamically for that Porsche 919 LMP1 car, but we'll have to really see what happens later on.
We're used to seeing Jungbluth racing in the Camel GT series. This is a lot more sophisticated machinery than that Nissan. Although a lot of downforce that he is used to. Some of that now taken away. There you see Jungbluth is in the blue and red number 17. And the GTEs, understand we got a little battle for second.
Yeah, it's kind of separated a little bit now as they head down out into Chapel Curve, making their way towards the hangar straight. Tommy Vandergut in that Kinetic Racing 283 Porsche has kind of closed the gap, utilized a little bit of a draft help down the hangar straight as they make their way down towards Stowe. Here comes the LMP1 in second place.
That's Robert Schwingers, who's going to find a nice little gap. In the meantime, we can report that Jungbluth has come into the pits. They're going to have more of these cars coming through, some of the top runners. And the LMP1s, that's Egbers trying to get away from the car of Soranzo.
Yeah, the battle up here for LMP1 was pretty crazy. Robin Schwengers came out of nowhere, and he's up to second in that class. Marcel Egbers right behind them in the German Sim Racing LMP1. And he is starting to pull away from David Soranzo, Mark Torres in the middle of that mix as well.
Egbers had a bit of a moment coming out of Abbey, but held the car together. And you're right, that Sim Experience Element Sim Racing Fire car started in 7th up to 2nd just by staying out of trouble. Nice job to him. We are only 13 minutes into this race, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, when they came up through and caught the tail end of the GT cars, he just found a lane and went with it. It was pretty crazy to watch all of his passing and very interesting maneuvers coming in and out of turns.
Let's head over to 5th in the LMP2s, currently held down by Benjamin Gregory, as he is being challenged by the Black Sheep Motorsports number 187 of Alexi Lane. Alexi Lane, I should say. He's from Finland. He's not from Ireland. The O is a middle initial. We're getting through the GTE cars as well. Oof. That's Elvis Bonello in the Porsche that was almost in front of Benjamin Gregory at the wrong time. And understand we've got a challenge for the podium potentially here, Taylor?
Yes, we do. Miguel Vigo in the Geodesic Racing Black has caught Tommy Vandergut in the Kinetic Porsche as they go out of club. And right now, due to the fact of all the LMP1 traffic, that's kind of separated the group right now, but due to the fact that it brings in Miguel even closer as he dives down, looks to the inside into Abbey, and heading their way towards Bridge in just great racing right now between these two. Miguel has closed in the gap between these two, and is looking to the inside as they head their way up towards the prairie and into left field. Great racing right now. No gap between Jorn Wenden and the Team Huskefeld team has been closing the gap as well. So even though the LMP1 cars are affecting these GTE drivers, in effect, it works out for both of them because it helps bring in positions closer for these GTE drivers.
And try not to jump us around because this is still close. We'll stay on this for a second, but I can report that the LMP2 battle is getting close. Break in if you need, Nick. Oh, and it sounds like it is. Yeah.
They are really struggling here to get around the GT cars. Cy Andra had a pretty big lead, a couple seconds maybe, and he has really lost that to...
I think that's Ronnie Fattini giving chase.
Yeah, that's Ronnie Fattini and Tony Baird right behind him. They were nose to tail trying to manage their way through the traffic there as Tony got a whole bumper full there. But up ahead of them, just nose to tail between Cy Andra and Ronnie Fantini.
Yeah, heading into the Maggots-Beckett sequence with the car to the inside of Ian Pretorius. Just no place to go for Fantini. He's going to get the hanger straight, though. Is he going to get a nice little draft? He picks up a little bit from Christian Uneberg. Closing in up towards Stowe. Again, not a lot of braking in these high downforce HPDs, and he runs out of time. So he'll settle for second for a little bit longer. But right now, just in the thick of this. Oh, is he going to get blocked? Oh! Who is that Porsche?
Couldn't tell who the Porsche was. I just know Cy Andra.
It looks like Rodrigo.
No, that was Bjorn de Forsch.
Yeah, Bjorn de Forsch in the PCDC Motorsports yellow.
Let's take a look at the replay, and drivers can protest in the middle of the race. I have a sinking feeling that Bjorn de Forsch is going to be getting to the stewards here in a second.
Yeah, I would imagine Cy Andra just couldn't get on the brakes, and it was hard for him. He didn't want to lock up the brakes. He had was that a Ferrari to his inside there, I believe?
Yeah. He had no place to go.
Yeah.
And he was trying to use as much as he could. Granted, I will say it looked a lot like netcode from my screen.
Forsyth can't just seem to catch a break this year with racing so far, of course, with his issues in Autobahn. It's me and Joe covers those series, and then, of course, right now, he's just having a rough time in the LMP2 car.
11th and the LMP2 starting to get a little bit closer together. This is Tom Bridle. He is being, excuse me, no, it's 10th, I think we need to look at. I think that's Oliver Kimisat right now, chasing down Garrett Courtliver. Ooh, got a great run on down the hanger straight. Garrett trying to cover off the inside. They got more GTE cars to the outside, one of which was taken to the runoff there, and Garrett is going to be able to fend him off for now. That was Mikey Grims, who's still dealing with a damaged car out there.
Our GTE AM winner our leaders just got taken out. Jason, that was going to be the number 315, Jason Dilworth in the Nomad Sim Racing GTE car. Jason Felici in the Alliance Racing just got too late on the brakes and just hit the rear end of that 315 Porsche.
Oh no, Jason Fleischle coming back from a little bit of break from racing, I know. Oh, look at that, wow. Got hard into him, knocked him off, stopped to let him back on course. But still, the damage is done for both drivers, multiple positions going by. So we come back live. Hasn't been too bad. Oh wow, Dilworth dealing with that damage still. Obviously the car not in good condition, Taylor.
No, not indeed at all. He's going to have a little bit of a difficulty right now trying to get through here. But still, he has a good lead gap over his competitor of Benjamin Fisher. But due to the fact of that damage, Benjamin will probably be closing in as they make their way down the hanger straight.
Ooh, back up to the LMP1s. The podium once again getting very tight. Marcel Egbers being chased by David Soranzo. Nick, you were covering this a little bit earlier. David is not giving up on this fight.
Yeah, they were just about side by side coming out of a few turns, but Marcel Egbers is driving pretty defensively as there's going to be a big run here for David Soranzo. They're going to be side by side, but they've got traffic in front of them to manage. Looks like Soranzo's going to be able to make that pass.
Using that battery to good effect. Giving chase to him is Egbers, seeing if he can maybe challenge him down into Vale. They've got HPDs in front of them as well as GTE cars. Yeah.
Yeah, that really threw their momentum off with the HPDs in front of them, taking a different braking point through there as they get around HPDs and GT cars.
Yeah, 3 wide there for a moment. That was Robert Yang de Jong, who actually spins coming into Abbey, but thankfully is not hit. As you can see, the battle continues on ahead of him. This second place, oh so close in the LMP2s here in the early stages.
Yeah, these guys, Marcel Egbers and up here, they're just not getting a good turn into these corners just because of them having to manage this traffic. Of course, the cars are a little more aerodynamic. They can manage that a little bit better than maybe a GT car can, but looks like...
Speaking of the GTEs, looking at, there we go, Tommy Vandergucht, currently in a battle with Miguel Vigo.
Yeah, these two have been nose to tail for quite some laps after the fact that the LMP1 cars came through to put a lap down on these drivers. This has helped tighten up the field between these three, as they're also bringing in Mark Fletcher a little bit, lap after lap. That time by, it was going to be Miguel Vigo who was the fastest out of those three. But still, Miguel is not able to find a way to get by Tommy Vandergucht as well as Mark Fletcher. So right now, as they make their way down towards left field and into Woodcote, lead another lap.
And we just can't get away from this battle for the LMP2 or LMP1 podium.
Yeah, Marcel Egbers just went side by side just about around David Soranzo there, but Soranzo able to hold him off. I believe he used some other cars to his advantage there. Soranzo's going to make contact there. That was Benjamin Fisher Motorsports car. Didn't look too bad on the end of damage, but I can't imagine it helped him any.
Yeah, and that caused a big stack up behind them, which has actually got even more cars.
And Marcel Egbers nearly getting into the back of the Alliance Racing car there, trying to avoid him.
Yeah, let's go to Taylor Bookout right now, along with Matthias Hoffman, Vlad Zayankovsky trying to squeeze through there in the LMP1s, David Guado. My goodness, that was an absolute mess, and I'm amazed that they didn't have more contact between cars in there.
Yeah, everyone really great reaction times by everyone there just to avoid everyone and to modify your normal braking points and turning areas, and everyone did a great job getting through there.
Already seen tempers start to flare. At least one driver got on the radio, which they're not allowed to do, we should point out. Another one of the unique rules, just like the real world, they can't talk to the other cars out there. Here can the drivers. That is reserved for race control only. So if you let your temper get the best of you and you push that push to talk button, you could be in trouble. Heading up to the GTE podium as well. Looks like Mark Fletcher, still dealing with Tommy Vandergucht.
Yeah, Mark is trying to hold a best line. The LMP2 leaders have just started to work by them right now. Tommy's got a really good line as they head down towards Beckett's and Chapel Curve right now. But here comes the P2 leaders and P3 of the LMP2 of Syandra and Tony Baird. Coming down the hangar straight they go. Tommy Vandergucht decides to pull over, let these two battle. Focus now on Miguel Vigo, who's in that Geodesic Racing black team. He's gotten pulled away far behind from the leaders of the second and third place in GTE.
We're still side by side between Andra and Baird, coming down into the Vale chicane. And it looks like Andra's finally got it done. Remember, he's trying to make a recovery He was leading before, but he's got 5 seconds now to make up to the Hoisingfeld 111 of Ronnie Fantini.
Yeah, that's the battle for the podium there in the HPDs, as they've got not too much lap traffic ahead of them. Sayandra, I think, is going to be able to hold on to this, but Tony Baird and him might want to just relax and stay calm here early on in the race, as they're going to go around the outside there of...
That's the leader of David Barraclaw that they managed to successfully navigate. Meanwhile, in the GT3... or GTE battle, excuse me, going to third place still. Van de Gucht under threat from Vigo.
That's bringing in John Wendt right now in the team Hoisenfeld 248 car. He's back there in the 6th position. He's been closing in lap after lap, especially with these leaders coming through in LMP1 and LMP2 right now. Set down a very good lap, was almost 2 seconds faster than Vigo and Van de Gucht. Make their way down through Maggots and Beckett's and into the Chapel Curve for another time.
Yeah, Von Wendt is certainly playing the popcorn position here. Just waiting for something to happen with those two. He's going to let the HPD of Benjamin Gregory sneak through.
Yeah, Taylor mentioned it briefly, the leaders of the LMP1. Robin Schwengers, who started 7th, we noted earlier, he is in 2nd, but also closing the gap quite a bit on Thierry Renson, who has had the lead. Now, it is still 3.6 seconds, but when you look back a few laps ago, and it was roughly 7 seconds.
It's amazing how much has gone on, and we're not even to the first half-hour mark of this race.
Lorenzo and Egbers battling right back together again for P3 in the LMP1s.
Yeah, just not able to get away from one another. Right now, Soranzo leading that battle. Egbers close behind. They're in the thick of a lot of traffic at the moment. Going to get around the HPD of Alexi Lane. Ooh, as he almost cuts off the car of Egbers. Good call at the last second to see him coming through. Taylor, I have to imagine this is the most difficult part is when you've got all 3 classes in one place, and so there's multiple cars coming at multiple speeds towards you.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I feel sorry for some of these GTE as well as our LMP drivers, because it's so difficult trying to find a GTE driver to place it in the right spot to let these LMP1 go. The best thing to do is just run your racing line. The LMP1 and the LMP2 are fast enough to go in certain places that they can't normally go to get by GTE cars. So as long as these GTE cars just hold their line through certain parts, maybe not go too much into battling if there's trying to gain position.
And as you can see, having just a little bit of a problem with some tech issues, so we're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. We'll be back in a moment here to bring you more action at Silverstone. Welcome back to Silverstone Circuit, where we're watching round one of the DGFX series. I'm Joe Peak, being joined by Nick Schmeg and Taylor Burris. Right now, your leaders in the three classes are AVA Vervatic, number 25 in the LMP1s, Team Hoisingfeld, number 111 in the LMP2s, and Torque Freak Racing leading GTE Pro, their corkscrew car, currently leading the way there with Bear Claw in it. We have had a few penalties since we stepped away. One being the number 303 PC DC Motorsports, that is GTE AM. Bjorn DeForsch in the car. He is given a stop and go for causing a collision. He'll have a few laps to protest that if he so chooses. Otherwise, he will have to come in and serve that stop and go. Understand that there's also a few other race control things being checked out, and we do have information that the causing a collision for the number 303 is under appeal, so they are going to protest that.
Yeah, a couple other drivers have been having some issues. A lot of GTE drivers for some number 233 V Apex Racing Group apparently penalized in turn 4 for an unsafe rejoin, while the number 222 Black Sheep Motorsports was caused for a penalty for a dive bombing incident in turn 11. So these drivers in GTE need to cone it down just a little bit, still early, as it's been given a stop and go penalty for some of these drivers. And that can be very detrimental, especially if you are in a heated battle with other drivers.
Well, and on top of that, Vlad Zankovsky got one currently under review, it looks like, for aggressive and unsafe driving in the 16 Scuderia RAC LMP1.
The growing pains starting to come in here at the new season of DGFX, and a few drivers falling afoul of the ire of the stewards. You see Vlad working his way around in 6th currently.
Apparently, Cy Andra and the Wyvern Racing team tries to make an appeal on an incident that they had, which was for causing a collision back on lap 10, which we saw a little earlier. That appeal was unsuccessful, so they are going to have to now accept their penalty here.
Oof. Bummer for them, as Cy Andra at one time was leading this race. But, you know, the old adage in endurance racing, Taylor, is if you're going to have a problem early.
Exactly. At least they have enough time to make up for lost time that they have. This is a 4-hour race, so a lot of stuff can happen. I know through time and time running endurance races, especially in this series, you know, when people started falling off the wayside, that was when we started moving forward through the field, making positions. It's just when people make those mistakes.
Indeed, and thankfully things are started to calm down a little bit. We're seeing fewer battles as drivers finally get themselves spread apart out on the track. I do see a little bit of a battle between Torres and Egbers still, except now not being for a podium, but for 4th and 5th. And in fact, they're very close to Soranzo as well. This is in the LMP1 class. Nick, these guys just must have magnets in the car. They have not been able to get away from one another.
They must, yeah. They look like a freight train, just connected to one another, going down. Only a freight train's cars don't usually change position mid-journey like these cars have. Soranzo, it looks like, has pretty firmly taken, I believe that's 3rd place there, and Mark Torres and Egbers behind him. They are very close coming down here, as just passing so hard to make when you have all of these other cars to try to get around.
And we have another bit of
behind
information
him.
Go ahead.
Billy Fletcher just spun. He was getting Torres and Egbers were going around him, and Billy Fletcher spun. Looks like he's going to safely get off the track. No contact made there, but
he was in a bad spot though. Yeah. Great job by everybody avoiding him. News from the race control car 29, and that is the car of David Guado. There's SRT Team USA LMP 101. They got a warning for avoidable contact. Set down to GTE AM. Taylor, you got some action down there.
Yeah, we got a battle between Benjamin Fischer and Christian Unenberg in the Team Vikings Midgard Racing Team and the Fischer Motorsports Porsche. These two have been battling for a couple of laps right now due to the fact LMP1 traffic has gotten through them right now. They separate just a little bit, but still it was quite a good battle right now as we have a car right off of Woodcote. I'm trying to get the number off of that car. It's Jorge Flores in the 229.
Oh, and he's stopped. He is stopped. This could be our first caution. He's been sitting there for quite a while as well. What has happened to him? I still can't find it. He's not allowed to tow. He clearly thinks, oh, you know what? This looks like, as the caution flag comes out, a hardware failure of some sort, because I finally found the incident. It's a long, long ways back. He was sitting there for quite a while. Looks like we're not going to be able to find it. Taylor, that car speared off from what I could see.
Yeah, unlike in real racing here, sim racing, you don't have issues where an engine will blow or a tire fail. You have to worry about making sure of internet connection, as well as making sure your steering wheel rig, as well as your computer don't have any serious issues. So that could be a very detrimental thing for Jorge Flores, to where maybe he might not even come back in the race.
So, since they have to catch the pace car, we need to wait for the pits to open before really any action can happen. We're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back as soon as the pits open, see if anybody uses any strategy there. Stick around because we have 3.5 hours yet to go here at Silverstone in round 1 of DGFX. Welcome back to Silverstone. We're just working through the wave-bys right now as the stewards are sorting out the field before they open up the pits, but that should be done very soon, and I think they may have just waved the last car by. Nope, looks like they're getting just a couple more there. But in the meantime, let's take a glance at where everybody's sitting now that we've gone just over a half an hour of racing in. We're about 40 minutes in now, actually, as we got 3:19 left, but some of that has been under caution. Looking at the LMP1s, Nick, Renson has just been smooth as you like. Nobody's really bothered him for that lead since the start, and it seems like his management of traffic has been superb.
Yeah, he got that out to about a 7 or even more second lead, and I think the lowest it got was about 3.5 seconds. So Thierry Renson in that number 25 IVRA Vatic car, he's been doing a very dominant performance so far. But then again, we're going to restart. We're all going to group up. It might change.
Behind them, a great climb from the number 77 with the driver of Robin Schwangers in the car coming from 7th to 2nd. Similar climb from the car behind Simatech Esport Jade in the number 2. That's got David Soranzo in it right now. He's climbed from 6th to 3rd. So our podium, a mixed bag from one driver being dominant and still where he started to two others surviving the chaos to come forward to look at maybe take a podium away today. Let's jump down to LMP2. Looking at our leader there, Ronnie Fantini did not lead the way for them. In fact, it was Cy Andre who slipped all the way to 6th in that class right now. It's Tony Baird currently following in 2nd, who has followed Fantini forward one position since the drop of the green, and the podium rounded out by Jake Farquhar. They're sitting for Luxem's 24 Motive Podcast HPD. Also got jumped up one position with the dramas that Cy saw. Let's go down to the GTE Pro class. So how is that podium looking compared to how the race started there?
Well,
Taylor?
it's pretty much stayed the same for the most part for the race. David Bargalo in the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew team has just been leading right now, having a nice gap after this caution, though, is kind of tightened back up. Mark Fletcher still holding strong in the 2nd place in the GTE Pro category. And then Tommy Vandergooch has been having some issues battling with Mark Fletcher, but also having to worry about Miguel Vigo in the Geodesic Racing team. So Tommy's been having a little bit of an interesting battling with 2nd and with 4th place. In the GTE AM, in the number 315, that would be Jason Dilworth. He had an interesting start to his race, having some contact with one of the GTE Pro cars going in to the Abbey corner, but still was able to recover quite well and still has a very good lead over his 2nd place rival of Marcus Nisakin in the Ugasi Racing Ferrari. Those two are now starting to get a little bit bunched together now after this caution. So we'll see what happens when we go back green flag racing for this team.
Here's where things sit. They've extended the caution a little bit longer, and let's see if we can get confirmation on whether or not the pits are opening this lap or not. I'll check with the stewards, see whether they will be allowing them to come in. And Taylor, I mean, what do you think? We're only an hour in, too early for a driver swap. Most of the teams shouldn't be out of fuel at this point. Do you risk it?
If you have damage, if you think your car is maybe having some damage, it might be a good idea to come down pit road to service the car. But as far as for a pit stop for tires and fuel, we may see some drivers come in. As there's apparently an issue on the Hanger Straight right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what exactly they're talking about. As cars are... I see some skid marks in the middle of it. So maybe the back of the field had just finally caught the tail of the snake. Now, how many cars? Are any cars out quite yet? I see... let's see. Try to figure out if we've got all 60 still running. Looks like, yes, indeed. I think we still have 60 cars out there. With the tail of the field being Clark Archer and V Apex Orange. Considering they have no spare cars in this series, and there's 60 of them out on track with 3 different classes, that's a really good job by everyone to make sure that they're still going.
Yeah, I'm looking at Clark Archer right now in that number 233 Ferrari. Had a little bit of nose damage to the car right now, so that's probably why he was in pit road for so long. He's now 12 laps down overall. So, as pit
lane is open. All right, here we go. Leaders are coming up to it now. Let's see who's a taker. It's a bit of an awkward spot. Terry Renson, our leader, is in. Rob Schwenger is in. Looks like Jason Dilworth in the GTE category is going to stay out. Ooh, so is David Soranzo. This is going to give him track position.
That might be what Soranzo needs to get his team to the front of the field for this race. But it looks like just about all of the LMP1 cars, I might have missed one, but all of the LMP1 cars besides Soranzo are going to come in the pits.
David Barcelo, as well as Mark Fletcher, Tommy Vandergooch, Miguel Vigo, and Jorn Von Wendt is also coming in. So a lot of the top front runners in the GTE Pro category are also coming in.
Busy pit lane right now. You can see Vandergoocht for the Kinetic Racing team, one of the faster teams that has showed up on iRacing in just recent history this year. They made a splash, and pit exit is closed. That's why you see the drivers lining up like that, waiting for the tail of the train to finish, and they've just opened the pit exit, so now they can stream out. Look at how that's madness in there.
Yeah, it is a crazy incident to go through pit lane when you're exiting off of it, because there's so many different cars and different classes all on pit road. It's not like where they break it up per class right now at this moment. So it's got to be very careful, got to be very alert when exiting pit road when you're under caution right now. So drivers need to be careful, keep alert, listen to their spotters, so that way they're able to get out of there without any serious damage to the car.
We did have one driver change. Robin Schwengers has swapped with Niels Hundehedge, I believe that is, in the Sim Experience Element Sim Racing Fire number 77 LMP1. Other than that, it looks like just your normal tires, fuel, and maybe some damage repairs for everyone else.
All right, so already seeing a bit of strategy. And drivers can swap back around. I guess now is a good time as any, as you should be able to fulfill that 1 hour minimum. Even if you've got 2 or 3 drivers in your team. Now, if I'm seeing correctly, Dilworth is the GTE AM leader, and that is considered a class, so I believe he should lead them back to green once they go green. Is that correct?
By the looks of it, let's see.
They are giving a wave by to 101, which is not Jason Dilworth. He's number 315. Looks like that is the car of Taylor Bookout. The Apex Red. Going to get a lap back. We don't believe... Oh. And we are going green. So, just got the information from race stewards. Green flag coming back. Boy, that 101 will really have to hustle, try and catch the tail end of the field, because they are at the end of the lap right now. As the pace car comes around left field, it'll be Dilworth leading the way, but he will be able to be overtaken. Our LMP1 leader here. Roof pace car is in. Soranzo should be able to lead the way very quickly, already taking over. Down into Cop's Corner. What are we going to see now that they're bunched back together and the fields are very mixed up?
Jason Dilworth and that GTE AM leader in the number 315 still has a good gap over Christian Udenberg.
Ooh, we got a big accident on the front stretch. It's Clark Archer, number 233. And it looks like a HPD, or no, that's an LMP1 joining him. That's Stefan Schukowski in German Sim Racing LMP1. Let's take a look at the replay here. Thankfully, only 2 cars seem to be involved. Looks like just a traffic miscommunication. Oh, yeah. That GTE car had no idea. Clark Archer did not see Stefan coming on the outside.
Looks like he was caught off guard by the car coming on the inside and then tried to react to that by going to the outside and didn't know he was getting put in the middle there, 3 wide.
Things happen so fast with those LMP1 cars streaming through. Terry Renson trying to climb back up to the front after taking his first scheduled stop. David Soranzo leading the way ahead of Vlad Zayankovsky. P2s are pretty close up for their lead as well. Ronnie Fantini, now that things have been stacked up, is being chased by Garrett Courtliver.
Yeah, great battle up here. 3 or 4 cars up here, it looks like. Garrett Courtliver, I believe, is in the lead of that class now. And then, did you see they're trying to get around Jason Dilworth, Tony Baird, and Oliver Chemisat behind him. Is almost some contact made there.
Yeah, 3 wide for a moment, and that is Oliver Chemisat managing to demote Tony Baird. Again, the leader of this class is Fantini. Oldham looking to be run down by Courtlever. Down into Stowe. Just going to run out of track, unfortunately. Look at that, 4 wide behind them. Just wild stuff out here on track.
Vlad Zayankovsky quickly coming through all of them. He's P2 in the LMP1s.
Everybody streaming through. Club now out of Vale towards Abbey. Got to keep your head on a swivel. Already lights flashing. Drivers trying to alert one another that they are coming through.
Yeah, that's Terry Renson coming through there, trying to chase down Zayankovsky, who took the position away in the pits.
This is a tight fight that they've got right now. And I tell you what, this pit stops have really put them behind the 8 ball, because look at the gap from Zayankovsky to Sorenzo right now, Nick. It is monstrous.
Yeah, 16 seconds roughly, and Sorenzo is all by himself on the track. He's loving it, I'm sure.
Yeah, can just rifle off as many fast laps as he wants. This is looking like a really good strategy call right now for him. Although he will have to come in and pit soon enough. Zayankovsky still leading ahead of Renson as we follow this battle for second place in the LMP1s. Just about to hit that 1 hour mark. And speaking of which, one thing that we haven't mentioned is the off-track penalties. Now, they do not have a DQ system like normal. They are not removed from the sim like you would with the automatic system that iRacing runs. These stewards are keeping track of it. And they do actually give you a warning, Taylor, once you hit the halfway point to the first penalty on these. And here we go, a pass for Renson, potentially. He's going to look on Zayankovsky, being made to fork the long way around down into Abbey. Vlad holds him off for now, Taylor.
Yes, indeed. As yes, they do give them a warning to let them know, hey, you are approaching your limits on the track before those penalties start happening for these drivers who use too much of the track limits. So drivers need to be aware of using when and when not to use the track limits as much as they can. I understand some drivers need to use it to probably avoid an incident, but as far as for gaining time or gaining position, it's very quite frowned upon when you're trying to do it like that.
Got another penalty here. Looks like Casper DeCourt was black flagged for an unsafe rejoin. Oh, off track, way off track for Vlad Zayankovsky through cops, took too much speed in. Terry Renson finally gets it back up to P2. Let's see if he can go chase down the Simatech Esport Jade car.
Yeah, Zayankovsky, I don't think Renson anticipated that was how he was going to get around him. Looks pretty good for Zayankovsky. He didn't get any damage or anything there. Just kind of scuffed up the tires a little bit, getting too hot into the corner. Had a lot of pressure coming on him, though, from Thierry Renson behind him.
Down in the GTEs, Action and Taylor's class going on. This is P4.
Yeah, Virtual Motorsports is currently the new leader in the GTE Pro category after those pit stops with David Barraclaw, as well as Mark Fletcher and Tommy Vandergooch deciding to pit on the last caution. But right now, David Barraclaw has been able to pull a decent gap over Mark Fletcher as they go down through Chapel Curve and heading towards Hanger Straight. Tommy is closing in on the gap on Mark Fletcher. It gets a nice run through Chapel up towards the Hanger Straight.
They're going to have a little bit of traffic coming through. Sven Rydell should be able to easily get by and find a nice little hole between these guys. David Barraclaw still working on Pedro Diaz there ahead of him. In fact, trying to take a look and unfortunately, inadvertently boxes in the car of Sven Rydell. Now he can finally work his way around, but look at how much this slowed up Pedro Diaz. He is being swamped by everybody.
Yeah, Davis got his eyes set on the number 212 Alliance Racing of Jason Felici as they head down under bridge, making their way up through the corners to Abbey. So David is closing that gap. The lap traffic of the LMP1 and LMP2 of these GTE cars that are having to avoid them has caused the gap to close quite quickly as David Barraclaw as they're going down into Woodcote and left field for the next lap to complete, and David's now right almost on the back bumper.
And I think we've had an appeal on Casper de Court's penalty, as seen a black flag has been cleared. Unless he served it instead. I'm not seeing any appeal, so guess he just simply served the penalty. Just about to that 1 hour mark here in the first round of the DJFX series at Silverstone. And we should point out as well, this is one of the short races at 4 hours. In fact, the shortest that they're going to be running this season. This is for second place here. In the LMP2 class, we're looking at Garrett Courtlever, still dealing with the car of Oliver Chemisat.
Yeah, I've been watching this battle for a couple of laps, and Courtlever's been doing a good job holding off Chemisat, but Chemisat has also done a good job of not pressing the issue too much. I think he's pretty happy right now, an hour into this race, with a podium position. But pretty good battling going on here. And then behind them in fourth in that class is Tony Baird, who was leading actually this class for a short bit of time, but he's fallen back to fourth.
And that seems like a good call on the part of Chemisat, I would think, Nick, because we've seen it. You're going to get opportunities with the way traffic is, so all he has to do is bide his time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if he wanted to now, he could make himself an opportunity if he really needed to. But yeah, I think right now, still 3/4 of this race left, a little bit over that actually, and you're just trying to race clean and log off laps.
Going back to Fleischle and Barraclaw, this GTE battle not letting up.
Yeah, they're having a little bit of it. Barraclaw's having a little bit of an issue trying to get by Kim Cooch and the number 394 Porsche. They're making their way up through after out of Cobbs and into Maggots and Beckett's. He's trying to find a way to get by him. This is bringing in Mark Fletcher, as well as he's right on the back bumper as they go out into Chapel Curve down the Hanger Straight. Kim Cooch decides to move over a little bit, giving David the opportunity to pass on the outside down the Hanger Straight. But he has been closing in on the gap after those LMP2 cars, though, came through. Kind of has widened the gap between him and the Alliance Racing Porsche.
We'll watch them work their way down towards Vale. These drivers again fighting for a podium. Fleischle looking pretty safe at the moment, even though Barraclaw is keeping him honest. And has Sorenzo taken his pit stop? Nick, it seems like you've noticed a change in position.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. If he came into the pits, I'd imagine he did. He fell to sixth, and
yep.
Yes, he did. And I just looked up at the board, and Terry Renson took the lead 2 laps ago, and now has a 2-second lead back on top of that class over Niels Hoonhedge in the 77.
Making progress forward as he's being closely chased by Kinetic Racing's Mark Torres. This is a battle for P2 and the LMP1s. We're watching Renson right now, streaming through the traffic. Now we've jumped back to Hoondhedge.
Yeah, he's only got about, well, not too much of a lead over Mark Torres in the 83 Kinetic Racing machine, who's fought his way back up to a podium position in that field.
And we should point out as well, Zienkovsky, who has fallen backwards behind these guys, is not too far back.
Yes.
He could be brought in. In fact, he's being brought in right now. They're caught traffic. This is Wittenberg up ahead of them, being a bit of a roadblock right now, not intentionally, but just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Niels trying to run away from this Kinetic LMP1, but can't find open track.
We saw in the first green flag stint of this race, this is how a lot of the incidents and contact happened. It's just when these LMP1s and...
Oh! That's the Kinetic... Yeah, the Kinetic car being almost run off the track. That's awesome that he got into in the Ferrari.
Yeah, and they're still trying to join the track safely, and it looks like they will. Wow.
That was an incredible moment. Oh, who is that? And more contact with Olsum. That's Wittenberg, who got into him, trying to make it 3 wide. And Olsum comes out the worst of him. He gets turned around at Abbey. Can we get a replay on that one? Looks like Olsum...
274, I believe.
Yeah, the car 274 as we try to track him down in our timing and scoring.
I should have kept my mouth quiet. I said there might be contact, and then that happened.
Yeah, that's commentator's curse. Look at that. I can't tell if Olsum outbraked himself and didn't accidentally set that 3 wide up, or if that was just a case of he was feeling brave here shortly after a caution and thought an opportunity was there. Watch from on board.
From what I saw, it looked like just the racing was getting more and more intense, and there was just nowhere to go for these drivers at those speeds and those turns. Just so little you could do to avoid contact.
And we have some more pit stops happening. Kimisat, Tony Baird, and Garrett Courtliver have all come in from the HPDs, the LMP2 class. I believe this is their first stop, all of them. Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's going to mix up that LMP2 field. Fantini has not come in with these guys. He's going to keep the lead.
So, in all that craziness... Oh, go ahead.
David Barraclough was able to make a really good pass up into Abbey with the help of the LMP1 car, move him up into P2. Jason Fleischi, though, in the Alliance Racing, though, is not giving up as they head down towards Prairie and into left field now. This is also bringing in Mark Fletcher and the Kinetic Racing 283 car. Mark Torres, a teammate to the Tommy Vandergoot. Also, as it looks like now,
Fleischli's in.
Fleischli's in.
As he takes his first scheduled stop, I believe. Yes, indeed, this is his first stop. Great to see Jason out racing for Alliance once again. He had to take a little bit of a break from sim racing just to deal with some personal stuff in his life. Looks like Trevor Clement gonna take over in that car. Jason finishes his first stint and completes his 1 hour required. He has met his minimum requirements for this race 1. Third place in LMP1 just swapped. That's David Aguado, who overtook Vlad Zienkovsky. Vlad had gotten into that P3 when, remember, Torres got squeezed off track right here in the Vale chicane. Vlad is dealing with some damage himself. We've seen him off multiple times.
Yeah, I'm looking at his car trying to see any damage, and I don't see any noticeable, at least major damage, but just the slightest small dent in these cars is going to throw you off.
Yeah, so fine-tuned. Every little part of the car adds to the downforce and the handling. And this, the car that we're looking at right now, of course, that is the SRT Team USA LMP 101. Whew, that thing's a mouthful. That's number 29. We'll just call him SRT from now on.
Oh, as we have a car off, looks like that is in Prairie right now. That's the GTEM second place driver of Christian Unenberg. Got turned around.
Let's see if we can find his car. What number was
Looks like
that car?
That was going to be car 301. He got a little bit of a help from Billy Fletcher. A little bit of ghost contact, the number 388.
Let's see, the Team Vikings Midgard car. Apparently had a little bit of a hack job here. Let's see exactly how it happened. Up towards Priory. Just put a little bit off by the LMP1 coming through, and then his fellow GTE car just snuck one up the inside, turned him around. I wonder if we're going to see a penalty for that one. That was a little late presentation.
That might possibly be a penalty for Billy Fletcher. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for the Lux Sims 24 rookies team.
You can see he's not too far behind Kim Cook in the 21st position there in that GTE class. Number 394, just about a second ahead.
Vlad Zayankovsky just about, he avoided it, but he almost made contact there with Jeff Parsons, an HPD driver for V Apex Racing Group Purple, as he was trying to get around lap traffic there.
I have a feeling that there will be not a single car that didn't have a code brown here in this race at some point. So much happening here in this type of three-class racing. So we ride on board now with Mark Torres in fifth, trying to give chase on Zayankovsky.
Yeah, Torres has been up there all race long. He's in fifth right now, which is one of the furthest back positions we've seen him, but I have no doubt that if he can keep it clean and keep it out of the chaos like he has almost been avoided or has almost been included in, he will get right back up there near the podium.
Yeah, it seems like this Kinetic team just has had some of the worst luck this race.
Yeah.
Because they put it on the front row, and like you said, right now racing in fifth, they are out of position. Their pace seems to merit a little bit more, but it's not always pace that wins you here in the DGFX series. It is strategy, it is clean racing. As we can see up at the top, Terry Renson sets the fastest lap. We had trouble with a car. Trying to figure out who that was. Looks like maybe just a bit of a connection problem for the number 110 of Jake Farquhar. Meanwhile, let's jump down to the GTE class. 282, 288, and the GTE Pro having a little fight.
Yes, indeed. The 213 decided to make its pit stop right now, as it looks like Tommy Vandergoot is deciding to look to the inside of Mark Fletcher as they head down into left field corner. David Barraclaw has been holding a really steady line for the most part, able to keep the second and third place drivers of Fletcher and Vandergoot right now, as another penalty for a GTE driver of Bjorn von Wendt has been issued out for avoidable contact. Down into Cops Corner to three, nose to tail. They have a lap traffic car of Marcus Nicholson in the Ugasi 333 car. Down through Maggots and Beckett's and into the Chapel Curve they go, nose to tail.
And this is the battle for the lead, we should point out.
This is the battle for the lead in the GTE Pro category. So Fletcher had a good run out of Chapel's Curve, going down the hanger straight. He's going to utilize the draft. Maybe look to the inside as they make their way up towards Stowe. Let's follow this for a bit. He looks to the outside, trying to get by the lap traffic right now. Great racing between these two as he almost cut the nose off of Marcus right now in that 333 Ferrari. Down into the Vale chicanes. Tommy gets a good run hard onto the brakes, but here we go. Mark Fletcher tries to stick his nose underneath. Got to watch out. Don't want to have avoidable contact penalty for Mark Fletcher. It backs off a little bit. Down towards Abbey they go.
Fletcher certainly seems to smell blood in the water right now. He is on the attack.
got a little offline. Tommy's got a good run through there. And that kinetic racing team as they go under bridge.
In traffic behind Fantini. Oh, we got a caution. Trying to find who it was for.
Looks like Nav Racing 108 went off course.
Let's see if we can find the replay. Was this? Actually, we just went by it. This was in Priory, it looks like. Car was stuck for a while, and it was multiple cars involved. It looks like Pascal Ebener and Alwyn Kloosterman got together. Kloosterman got into the wall when he lost control, and Ebener just was in the wrong place at the wrong time and punched right into the rear of him. Man, this is a hard hit. This is the cars of number 177 and the number 108 that had the issue. Might need to jump back a little bit farther than this, maybe about 40 seconds back from this. Seeing if we can, here we go. Now we've got the incident on screen. Wow. Hard hit there. So, this is going to put us under caution for a few more laps. We'll take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel as the stewards start to get them sorted out, do the wave rounds, then we'll have pit stops. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Silverstone. We are just about an hour and 15 minutes into the race here for round one of DGFX. Your leaders of our three classes, LMP1s, are being led by AVA Vervatic number 25, Terry Renson, currently in the car. Team Hoisingfeld number 111 leads the LMP2s. Ronnie Fantini is currently in that car. Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew has David Barraclaw leading the GTE Pros at the moment. And then the GTE AMs, I believe, look at this, is a little bit harder for me to find. Usagi Racing with Marcus Niskanen, I think, is our first of the GTE AM leading the way there. So they're getting the rest of the wave around sorted out. That should be done pretty soon. We'll get the word from the stewards when they open up the pit lane. We'll let you know when that happens. But we've had a number of penalties so far this race that they've been taking care of. We had a warning for the Simotech eSport number 2 that didn't even get to start the race. They had 2 cars sign up, I believe, which is not allowed. That was a bit of an accident on their part, but they take it very seriously because that can prevent a car from being able to enter. We had the car of number 141 Wyvern Racing giving a penalty, a stop and go. The number 29 Speedworks Racing team was given an avoidable contact, just a warning for that. We had an unsafe rejoin for the number 292 Graphite Racing car. They were given a 10-second stop and hold. That's one of the most severe we've seen so far. And then we had a few drivers that were under investigation that they gave no penalty to. They did have an avoidable contact for the number 248 team, Hoisingville. That is a stop and go for them that they have served. So considering all the action we've seen, not too bad. Only 3 actual penalties, a couple of warnings, and then some no penalties handed out. That's pretty good here for a very first race with a lot of new drivers.
Yeah, surprisingly, I mean, yes, with those small incidents, it's been surprisingly quite clean. No DNFs here at the moment, other than the one did not start with the number 2 LMP1 car. But overall, everyone's trying their best to keep it clean as best they can. I know some drivers have been having some issues over the mic saying some stuff up to other drivers, which is quite frowned upon here in this series. But drivers need to be careful, make sure they keep their temper in check. I know this is a long race, 4 hours. Drivers get very tired after a certain amount of time, even with those driver changes. And you have to keep very mentally strong in these races in order to get through them, because it's a long race, 4 hours. And this is just one of the shortest races of the season.
Exactly. And Nick, I'm curious on your perspective. I know you've watched some endurance racing and followed it both in the real world and here on iRacing, but I suspect this is your first time getting to actually cover it here. What's your take so far? Because you tend to be more on the oval side, and this is a very different brand.
Just a little bit different, yeah. I mean, from my perspective, it looks like the LMP1s are doing everything they can. They are so much faster than everyone else that they have been caught up in so much unfortunate trouble. And then in the LMP2s, which I've also been covering, they have been playing real nice with each other. But, then again, I think that has a lot to do with their track position and the fact that we still have over 2.5 hours left of this race. I would expect them to get more heated up as this thing goes on. But great racing so far up front from both of those classes.
It's been fun to watch, regardless of what's been going on out there. And let's see, do we have the pits open this lap? I think we do. And we're just hearing now. Pit lane is open. Now, we've had a little bit less than an hour. It's about the same length of time, I think, Taylor, is it not? Since we... from the start to the first caution to the last caution to this one.
I think it was maybe a few laps earlier than the last caution. I think the last caution we went about 26 laps of green flag racing before we had our first caution. So we're just shy of that. So still quite good job with keeping the racing clean and green for the most part for these drivers. And so let's see, as they come down pit road, let's see if any of our leaders in LMP1 decide to take.
Torres does.
Torres
Torres is the first one. And our only one.
GTE Pro drivers decided not to take their pit stops. Neither are GTE AM driver leaders.
I kind of wonder, Nick, if what we're seeing, because Renson and some of these guys that got bogged back in the field last time, maybe they're taking the last time as a lesson. It's better to just stay out and pit under green.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of chaos ensue from the last restart when everyone was mixed up. It looks like Taylor Lane for Beast Racing also came in for the LMP ones. They're running 7th place right now, it looks like.
All right, Torres taking tires and not seeing a driver swap, so Mark going to stay in that Kinetic Racing number 83. Seeing one of our GTE cars in what looks like for maybe repairs there. Pit lane is again closed, so they have to wait, and you can see just how many cars are still coming down the snake on the front stretch that they have to wait for it to come by. That's why you get so far back, bogged down in this field.
Looks like Beast Racing there in the 82 car made a driver swap. They went from Taylor Lane to Brock Hopkins. And they still have Drew Adamson waiting in the garage on their team.
And Taylor Lane is a well-versed driver. Right now, I know he's running towards the back of the pack. Racing with him in the past as a teammate, knows how to really control those cars and does quite well. So we'll have to keep an eye on him occasionally a little bit later on in the race.
I see a familiar name that also from the Autobahn. I know we keep bringing comparisons, but really it's the closest thing we've got here on GSRC if anybody's looking for something to go by. But Brandon Gracia has hopped into the Wyvern Racing HPD.
He'll be probably quite fast later on in the race if he's able to have the chance to close the race out. We saw how well he did at Watkins Glen in an LMP1 car, so we know he can probably handle that LMP2 car quite well.
And drivers now catching up to the tail of the field. Here we see the number 141. He's used to a lot of this franticness. Might not be as used to these pace laps, but I'm sure actually most of these cars, especially in a 4-hour race, it could be appreciated just to have a moment to relax.
Yeah, get you able to take a deep breath, relax a few minutes, maybe have a drink while you're waiting as you're going around this track. So maybe make a little bit of a strategy call to determine what to do for that next pit stop or driver change when that will happen. Go ahead. Maybe even a little bit of a driver coaching for some drivers who are maybe new to the track.
Exactly. And speaking of drivers taking a moment to relax and their teammates and whatnot, as I think we're going back green. If anybody is a teammate out there, you are welcome to come into our Discord and have an interview. We have plenty of time during this race to talk about how things are going. We'd love some insight. And indeed, the pace car is in as Renson this time going to be the one to take the green. And leads away, but a bad start because Niels Hundheg already up behind him, but runs out of track by the time they hit Kops. Is he going to make a move coming up to Maggots and Beckett's? Just can't get the run off of Kops' corner. What could have been a good opportunity to peel the lead away is not quite there for the number 77.
Mark Fletcher missed out on a good opportunity to make a pass on Barraclaw. Barraclaw did not get a good start as they make their way through Chapel Curve right now onto the Hanger Straight. He's still right up on the back bumper of Barraclaw as they go down there and have to pull over aside to let the LMP2 car of Fantini by. But still a great start for Fletcher. He looks to the inside into Stowe. Side by side they go right now. Here comes the LMP2 car. Ooh, nearly cuts the nose off, Barraclaw does on Fletcher. They make their way into the Vale chicanes.
Yeah, with the mix of traffic, this is a good chance to catch the leader out. Martin Tailgard trying to get through, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He doesn't want to disturb this battle too much because he sees this is for P1. He's going to get the inside out. We have another caution. Let's see if we can find out who caused that. That's the car 108, we're understanding, that needs a tow. So that'll be in the LMP2 class. NAB Racing with Alwyn Kloosterman Wasn't he involved in the last one?
Yes, he was.
Now, he
Looks
was
like he
over
was
by
in
an
the-
opening and way out of the racing.
Yeah. Looks like he was stopped right up, head on into the wall.
And this,
Not quite sure
this
how
was
he
in
got there.
Abbey. Seeing if we could find the replay. Yeah, I couldn't see the replay on my screen. Need to be on the number 108. Oh, and I think this is the tail end of it. You could see in the background how much the trees were waving around. Certainly not helping the handling of the cars. Yeah, it looks like we can't find what exactly caused the incident, but it was just a straight line over to this part in the gravel and parked it. So we come back live. Well, the good news is things should be mostly sorted out, I believe, in the classes.
Yeah, this should be a
After
short
that.
yellow.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
And I don't think we should see much in the way of pit stops between drivers. As I believe I'm checking to see our ready for interview room is I don't think that's for us. We do have another series going on right now. That's the Camel GT series. Yeah, that's Houghton Racing for that, so he's hopped over there. Hopefully those of you who have just finished watching that or just finishing watching that are enjoying the action here at DGFX. Not a lot of it right now because we are under our third caution of the day. Hasn't really been too much yellow fever. This is the first time, Nick, that we've seen the infamous cautions breed cautions.
Yeah, and I was watching the two classes up front, and it looked pretty clean. Of course, we did have the incident come from LMP2, but very clean racing up front. Renson was able to pull away, and Aguado couldn't quite chase down Hundeheg, and he was pretty content there in third, and they were all sorted out and ready to log off some more laps, but now they got to do it all over again.
Still have, I believe, all of our cars out here. Let me double check. Did we lose
Looks that way.
anybody? May have lost that 108 because they did have to take a tow. Pit lane is open, and they are going green next time by. We're hearing from the race stewards.
No, it should. It shows
Yeah,
that
that
the
108 is there with Garrett Courtlever now, as he's coming out of the pits.
Maybe they also had a bit of a mechanical failure, if you will, hardware failure here in sim racing.
Looks like, well, Courtlever started the race for that team in NAB Racing, but then Kloosterman took over and got involved in a couple of incidents, and I think they're sending Courtlever back out there to try to keep it clean for a little longer.
And it is possible. Taylor, a good example from when I ran Petit Le Mans this last weekend. There was one moment where shortly after I hopped in the car, coming down to the chicane at Road Atlanta, the screen froze on me. Thank goodness it was there because I just gently got on the brakes, waited until I heard gravel underneath me, and stopped out of the racing line and waited for the screen to unfreeze. I wonder if something similar is what we saw there with the 108, because he did pretty much the same thing, just let the car kind of ride straight ahead and then came to a halt.
That definitely could have been the case. That is one of the biggest issues that some of our drivers will be facing as far as for technical difficulties for their screens, is where it freeze on them to where they have no idea where they're going. But of course, like you said, it's just best to get on the brakes a little bit, let it coast, and until you hear the gravel sound, then wait till the screen is able to catch up with your driving. So gotta be quite careful with that because it can be very detrimental for you if you are not paying attention to that. I remember actually last year running at Le Mans, that happened to me as well, where we were going down, heading into the Porsche curves.
Lights are out on the pace car. As we said, they are going green this time. They are getting a little heads up from the stewards, telling them to be more consistent with their pace speed. I wonder if people were potentially not intentionally trying to game the system, but getting a little bit of a jump start there under caution on the restarts. Rinson going to lead us back yet again, as he is going to be at the sharp end of the field being chased by Niels Hundheg in the Sim Experience Element Sim Racing Fire car.
Yeah, Rinson didn't get a good jump last time. I'm interested to see if he's going to get any better or if Hundheg is going to be able to close in here. Niels Hundheg driving that car that Robin Schwengers went from, what was it, seventh place to second, and he's doing a great job keeping that Sim Experience Element car up there.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you sometimes watch the climb and then a driver doesn't necessarily have pace to hold that position, but those guys have been solidly in second this race. Now, I wonder if Rinson just didn't have the battery charged. That's another thing the drivers need to worry about on that restart is making sure that you have enough that you can really peel off the line.
Yeah, that's a good point, and he definitely could have gotten that up better as it went on, because he did pull away from Hundheg, who I thought was going to be right in his slipstream, right able to get right beside him if he wanted to, but no, Rinson was able to pull away there.
All right, around Luffield, the Roof Pace car is going to peel in. We're going to be starting lap 49 for our leaders. Still 2.5 hours left to go. A lot of racing action here on the GSRC. Terry Rinson looking like a good start. This is where he started to be caught, though, coming down the front stretch. Not the case this time. I think he figured out these restarts. Did Terry? Solid. Wow, look at him fly through cops. Not the case for Niels. He's under threat from David Arguado as he tries to chase him into Maggots and Beckett's. It is single file here. Doesn't get the opportunity.
That was a crazy start there for Thierry Rinson to be able to pull away and get in, or to stay in first place, I should say. And Aguado had a great start right up to the rear end of Hundheg there, but he just couldn't find any place to get around.
Down the hanger straight, Fletcher has a great run getting to the Giraffe now as they head down into Stowe. Looks to the inside though. Barraclaw though holds him off and shuts a door on him as they head towards the Vale chicanes. Fletcher had a really good start again, but of course the LMP2 cars having to get by kind of caused him not able to make the proper pass. The Kinetic Racing 283 car has got a good gap closing in on going into Club Corner. Miguel Vigo in the Geodesic Racing Black is still watching on in the fourth position, having a good spot in case any of those three make a mistake. He is there to capitalize. Down up into Abbey, making a great run now under towards Bridge.
Yeah, that last caution really stacked these guys up. That's our top four, and the GTE all within a line. Barraclaw not that far ahead of Fletcher, Taylor.
No, Barraclaw is trying his best to hold him off as best he can. Let's see if they come by the line right now. Who had the faster lap of lap one after this restart? Out of Woodcote they go down towards the start-finish line again. And let's see right here. Really good lap for both Barraclaw and Fletcher. Barraclaw was a little bit faster that time by. And Tommy had a really good run as he's working out of Cops Corner.
Oh, LMP1. Look at this. Coming up for the lead. This is Niels looking to the inside. Or excuse me, this is P2. This is Niels defending on the outside, I should say. That's David Aguado going on the attack. Couldn't get it done in Stowe. If these two fight too much, Vlad Zienkovsky and David Soranzo are right behind, ready to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, they've been slowly reeling each other in, and it was a battle for P2 and P4 between Soranzo and Zienkovsky before you got here, but and it looks like it might stay that way as there might be a little bit of a gap there, but Soranzo was really trying to look for a way to get into fourth. I think if he can get around Zienkovsky, he's been held up by him a lot of this race. I think he's going to be able to chase down Aguado. But Hundheg's doing a great job right now defending that P2 position.
The Sim Experience Element Fire car has a train of machinery hungry to try and take P2 away. Aguado's in a good position now.
A good run coming off there.
Not a whole lot of braking, though, into Cops. I don't think he's going to get an opportunity to look behind them, though. Here comes Vlad Zienkovsky. Runs out of steam by the time they hit Cops. So he's not going to get the opportunity before they run into the Maggots Beckett sequence. This is where the wake of the car ahead really starts to buffet you. It's hard to close in behind them. You want the run off the corner down the hanger straight. Oh, look at this. Here comes Aguado yet again. This time he uses that battery to great effect. Gets the inside into Stowe. Going to be fought hard around the outside by Niels, but just can't grip onto that second place.
Yeah, he had the run, he had the momentum. As a little bit of a stack up there behind him. Zajankovsky almost got in the rear of him, who almost, or Soranzo almost got in the rear of him through there, but they will sort that out, and Aguado will go right back to chasing down Hundahedge.
Great job by Vlad. Keep from running into him, but side-by-side action into Abby. Aguado back on the defense from Hundahedge and managed to hold him off. Now they come into Priory. This has turned up the intensity here in the LMP2 field. Again, only 9 of these cars started the race. So for them to be this close together for this many positions, nearly halfway in, says a lot about the competition in this field. We're going to have to step away down to the GTEs. Taylor, you've been watching the GTE AMs.
Yeah, there was a good battle between P2, between Pedro Diaz and the Pineapple Racing, and also 394 of Kim Cook and the AVA Veretic 394 team. It's got a little bit separated now after some LMP1 and LMP2 traffic has gone through, but they were nose to tail for multiple laps as it now has calmed down quite a bit.
As that Pineapple car tries to work his way forward, hoping to become the Pineapple Express here at Silverstone. Gene Diaz and Cook. Let's go over to 12th in the GTE Pros. This is Von Wendt fending off Herzog. This is also got the car of Brandon Gersick, who is just ahead of him. Oh, and one of them's peeling off. Von Wendt elects to take a stop.
He's actually being penalized right now for avoidable contact.
Oof. Unfortunate stuff for his team. Racing clean, very, very important. The stop and go served, and he's back out again.
Looks like also another driver is being penalized, Clark Archer, for avoidable contact. So some drivers are starting now having to deal with that issues, as well as they are starting to come down to serve their penalties.
Going back to our LMP1s, Zajankovsky is held onto the back of the second place driver of Aguado. Excuse me, of the third place driver of Nils.
Yeah, Aguado was able to pull away quite a bit there, as Hundahedge is now trying to defend Zajankovsky for the podium right now.
A bit far away from one another. There's a bit of a battle going on for GTE AM. If that gets any closer, feel free to break in, Taylor. But as we watch these two, they got traffic ahead of him. Nacho Yarnoz is being lapped by Aguado. Now he has Niels coming up. I don't think he knew he was coming that way. It's going to separate these two momentarily, and it's a bad spot for Vlad.
Looks like Zajankovsky may have seen that happen and may have laid off just a little bit. It's better be safe than sorry at this point in the race still.
And he'll get more opportunities later on. That number 16 car on the hunt, though, for the Sim Experience Element Fire car.
Yeah, meanwhile, Aguado's being held up by some GT cars up here, and it looks like Hundahedge is able to close in on him quite a bit.
I saw Mikey Grimm's in the pits. Was that another penalty, or is that a scheduled stop? We'll check on that in a little bit. Wow, Niels just ran him down. That traffic is a killer. Indeed. And look, more traffic ahead of him. This is Medina, Galink, and De Jong all together. They catch them on the hanger straight. A nice convenient spot. They stream by. Looks like that cost a little time back to Zienkovsky.
Yeah, he was separated from them before, and then about 5 seconds later, he was right back, ready to make it side by side if he was able to. But so I expect him to be right back up there very quickly, and here he comes already.
You know, and something we haven't talked about yet is both Aguado and the car Zienkovsky. They have not seen driver swaps yet. They've been in this thing for the whole race so far.
Yeah, they're going to have to work that into their strategy somehow, and it worked out very well for the 77. We were talking about how well-rounded that team is so far between Robin Schwengers and Niels Hundehedge up there. They both have two drivers that are very, very strong and dominant right now in that P2 position. But maybe a little hesitation behind them to make any driver swaps early on in the race.
Yeah, and I think Robin is going to have to get back in the car because Robin has not done a full hour quite yet.
It was pretty early.
Something to pay attention to.
I think he was only in it for 45 or 50 minutes, but it was an exhausting 45 or 50 minutes because he worked his way up through the field.
Maybe that's why they took him out early, knowing that he had the brunt of all the craziness there in the first few laps. Meanwhile, P6 getting a little bit close. This is in the LMP2s, I believe. Is this actually? No, this is for 9th. Looks like this is V Apex Purple and Nomad Sim Racing HPD. This is Parsons and Baird riding on the tail of Jeff Parsons, looking back. Oh!
Right up next to him. Man, Baird has been all over the track today. He's been up near the lead. He's been up or back near the back of this pack in this class, and now he's right here in the middle.
Well, right now he's making sure that the car of Parsons knows he's there. Can't think you can miss him with how close he was. Coming through cops. Ooh, really bad run through there for Parsons. Baird gets the momentum, but not enough of it as they hit the Maggots-Beckett sequence. This is the critical part of the track where Baird really needs to get the run out of Beckett's and Chapel. He is right underneath him. This is going to be a great opportunity, Nick.
Yeah, they're going to go down, hanger straight, and Parsons doesn't look like he's going to receive another little bump draft through there. I think he appreciates that, and Baird's going to hold back just a little bit here, and they're going to keep it clean, but that battle's still going on hard.
Certainly pressurizing Jeff Parsons. Seeing if he could squeeze anything out of this lemon. Almost to the halfway point. As you see the clock in the upper left tick down here in the DGFX series. Round 1, if you're just joining us, thanks for coming in. It's been an exciting first round so far as we jump back to Pascal Ebner there for a moment and back up to this battle for 9th. Ebner, of course, been involved in a little bit of an incident this race. Good to see him back out, still running, and not too far down his class.
I don't think either of these guys, Tony Bard or Jeff Parsons, have made driver swaps. I'm not sure about Jeff Parsons, but I'm pretty sure Tony Bard has been in this car the entire race as well.
Both, yeah, I'm looking through their lap times, and both of them have been in the whole race. Another good run. Boy, Baird looks so much stronger through that first corner, Nick. Just every time we've watched, he has closed in something fierce.
Yeah, I can't tell if that is Baird closing in a lot through cops there, or if Jeff Parsons just has not perfected that corner very well. But right back when they get through Maggots and Beckett's there right afterwards, Parsons looks strong once again.
Still holding onto the back of him. As could have an opportunity down into Vale. He's very close to him, but not going to go for it, unfortunately.
I guess we had a pass for the lead in LMP1.
Oh.
David Aguado has taken the lead after some lap traffic hindered Terry Thrissen right now.
And that just happened. If we jump back about 50 seconds ago, we can catch it. Yeah, out of Chapel. See if we can pull it up. This was, unfortunately, he caught Nicholas Domino in the PCDC Motorsports green car at just the wrong spot as he was trying to lap Tommy Vandergooft.
Yeah, I was about to say when I heard that Renson must have been really struggling with lap traffic because he's been so strong navigating through the slower vehicles this whole race. So it must have taken a very bad position to get him slowed down so much.
Yeah, it's that yellow and green car, or yellow and black car that we see, the Porsche, that you're going to see get held up. We're following Aguado. Catches him through Maggotts Beckett's, sees the opportunity when he chooses the wrong side. Oof. And David Aguado, taking the lead, says to Terry Rinson, "You chose poorly."
I'm wondering how long that lead is going to last for, though, because we've seen throughout this race how strong Renson is getting through lap traffic, and not a whole lot. He still has a few cars to get through, but not a whole lot to get back up to Aguado, and interested to see what Aguado can do to maybe hold this lead.
Yeah, it's only about a second and a half between them, and we've seen just how drastically the traffic affects that gap. So a second is not much when you're talking about gaps, especially when you've got 4 hours left to go. Poor GTEs, we haven't really been paying attention to them in a long time. Taylor, you've been keeping abreast of the action there.
Yeah, keeping an eye right now. We have a battle for P4, kind of now being broken up by some LMP 1 and 2 traffic, but Torque Freak Racing, Blanchimont, and Miguel Vigo and the Geodesic Racing Black team, as it looks like one of the LMP2 cars had a brake check, the NAP 108 car in Vale. That had to cause an issue where Torque Freak Blanchimont had to check up a little bit, get the NAP Racing LMP2 car back into place. These two have been battling quite a couple of laps right now, nose to tail. We look also up in second and third. It's still quite a good battle for the 288 and the 283 Porsches, as they've been battling quite some time right now. Still no chance right now for Mark Fletcher to catch up to David Barraclough as they're making their way through Luffield.
Barraclough has been running a very good race here at the front of the GTE Pro class. I would put him as a solid pick to maybe come away with the win. At this point, I think just unfortunate strategy, or potentially maybe an incident with one of the other classes, could be the only thing that could take this away from that Torque Freak corkscrew car. Up in the LMP1s, are we going to see that lead switch around yet again? Looks like Nick Renson has closed that gap.
Yeah, he definitely has. He's navigated around the lap traffic a bit better than Aguado. He's right back up to his rear spoiler, and he is just about half a car length through a lot of these corners away from making that pass. I think he just needs the correct momentum, as he got a great run into that turn. But yeah, Renson wants to get back to his dominance that we've seen him in the lead this whole race.
Poor Mikey Grimm's in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is a more technical portion of the circuit, but Renson has no place to go as they go around Luffield. Oh, and look at this strategy call.
Might have been a good time for Aguado to duck out there. It might be a perfect time, actually, just when things are getting heated and chaotic.
I believe these cars can go a little bit over an hour, if I'm not mistaken. I think this is a great call by Aguado, because this could put them at one more pit stop to get to the end, and I think they can do their driver swap now.
Yeah, yes, they are going to be doing the driver swap. It's Brett Thurman coming in here on that SRT Team USA.
Oh, and Vlad is in. And should be a very similar strategy, I imagine. Is Vlad going to step out of the car? Yes, for another Vlad, Vladimir Marchevsky. The two Vlads. Both of them hailing from Central Eastern Europe. We will withhold any impaling jokes. All right, you can see how long these stops can take sometimes, trying to refuel these cars. Brett Thurman taking the Speedworks car back out. Vladimir has finished his stop and returned to the track. Didn't really lose much in the way of positions after those green flag stops. Haven't seen a whole lot of those this race.
Oh, Marchevsky. Yeah, Marchevsky just went by a car that was turned around there. Someone from the GT class there. Couldn't tell who that was.
Let's see if we can find it.
That was John Big from Black Sheep Motorsports 221 car there.
All right, so that's the GTE Pro class. And they were able to get it going. So let's see what happened. That was in Maggots and Beckett's. He was in a bad spot. It started out as a lone car incident. No, it didn't actually. Oh, he got tipped by Alexi Lane. And the car got turned and nearly got hit by Martin Tailguard. Looks like we might not be able to find the incident. So we come back live. Let's see, I believe... Oh, Wittenberg serving a stop-and-go penalty for the Geodesic Racing team. 256 in and out. So this makes me wonder, are we going to see some of our other cars? Oh, AVA Vervatic, did they take a scheduled stop recently? Because I see a new driver in the car.
Driver change there. That's is that Michael Schwanzel in there now?
This seems like a good call by them trying to cover off the strategy of Mark Torres, of Brett Thurman.
A lot of driver swaps up here in LMP1 right now.
Because you have to imagine, if everybody else is pitting to where they think they can get to the end, if you don't pit and a caution comes out, they can stay out and you have to come in and you get stuck back in the pack, which we have seen has been incredibly dangerous.
And I believe Mark Torres in the Kinetic Racing number 83 machine is going to cycle through to the lead, at least momentarily. He's the only one that has put down a lap in that car, 61 of them to be exact, but he's got two more drivers on his team that they'll be swapping out later in the race.
Riding on board with our LMP1 leader. He has taken 2 stops. When was the last one, though? A lot of traffic. Oh, wow. Almost getting shoved off the course there as Nicholas Domino goes a bit wide in the veil. 15 laps ago, we're seeing for the car of our LMP1 leader.
Yeah, they have
17, excuse me.
They have a 3-person team, so I'm assuming his racing stint for today has got to be coming close to an end here soon.
I think so too. And I have to imagine he's got to come in soon to cover himself off.
Well, we got to also remember too, Mark Torres was the only LMP1 car that came down on not the last caution, but the caution before when pits were open. So he may be able to stretch it a little bit farther.
But does he dare is the question, because
that is the question.
Even if he can take it longer as we come to the LMP2 battle for 4th. This is between, actually, is this for 4th? Or I think this might be for 5th. This is Eric Lukel and Sven Rydell.
Just something interesting to note here. Torres actually just went off the racing surface a little bit. He went right through the grass and cut a chicane to avoid, it was Nacho Yarno's of Samba Racing Team in the GT class.
Wow, look at the action on screen, though. Sven Rydell, Eric Lukel, having all kinds of traffic. Trevor Clement, remember, who is battling for a race win here, caught up in that. Frederick Herzog, also, is that for position between those two? I don't believe Herzog a lap down from Clement. Oh, but this is holding up Rydell, something fierce. Look at the time that he is being cost in the LMP2 class. And he's going to take... Yeah, I think this is a good call right now.
Yeah, I don't think he was going to... The only thing he was going to do there if he stayed out was lose more time, so it's a great call, I think. by that team to come in.
So you were talking about the off track. Sorry to interrupt there. What exactly happened there with Nacho?
Well, Nacho was, I didn't see any contact. I think Torres could have stayed on the track, but I think Nacho just made a slight flinch, slight hesitation in one of the turns. I think it was Maggots and Beckett's, and Torres had to go off track to avoid, but he kept it straight lined and kept it pretty clean. Didn't lose too much time there.
Could still damage the under tray of the car when you go off track
Definitely
like
could.
that.
He went over two sets of curbs there.
We'll have to keep an eye on his lap times. He's still got about a 15-second lead over AVA Vervatic. That's Michael Schwanzel and the car. But Schwanzel has taken his stop, and Torres has not.
Tommy Vandergoot decided to come down pit road from P3 in the GT Pro category, making his green flag pit stop. So we may see some of our GTE drivers making their way down pit road momentarily, as we also see Manuel Mayer from Fisher Motorsports coming down.
Ooh.
As well as Nick Madsen from the Fitstyle Motorsports team.
Nick has an update on that incident with Torres.
Yeah, I was just looking at the race control decision sheet here, and it looks like Kinetic Racing's 83 Mark Torres. I think he's under review right now for an unsafe rejoin. I mean, it's a close call there. He was coming right back on. I'll be interested to see what the decision is there, but that could definitely affect that team strategy.
Oof, boy, that'll be a killer for them. And we saw Stefan Overgaard got into one of the Kinetic cars during that last stop for, I think it was one of the GTE machines. Just 2 more minutes and we hit the halfway mark here in the DGFX Round 1. 4 hours of Silverstone. Who else still needs to take a scheduled stop? Should note that these GTE cars, if you're used to them going a little bit longer than this, they do have a smaller fuel cell in this series, about 85% the size of normal, so they can't quite go about an hour.
Fletcher's in as well from P2. So
I'm on the side of these drivers pitting early, Taylor. I've always felt that when you have full course cautions in a series, pitting early is the way to go.
yes, you're able to save fuel under those caution periods, especially since this track is so big, you're able to conserve a little bit more fuel. So, but right now, David Barraclaw deciding to stay out again. And let's see if he's going to try to conserve a little bit of fuel now. He does have a good gap over the next car behind, which would be the 255 Geodesic Racing Black team.
See Barraclaw still out there. Now, they have been racing Alliance for much of this race. And their co-driver, since it's Clement currently in the car, is Jason Fleishley, who has come up to join us in the booth to tell us a little bit about his experience out there. Let's see if we can bring Jason in to talk to us a little bit about what the action was like in the first part. Jason, great first drive. You guys have been fighting for the win in that GTE Pro. Obviously, Clement taking over for you. What was it like from your perspective?
That was the most busy, it was just the busiest multi-class race that I've had to take a start in. It was just chaos. I mean, you'd think this track was, pretty huge, wouldn't feel that crowded, but it was crowded. I mean, with the two prototype classes and the speed disparity between the two of them, because we're not that far off from the HPDs, only about 6 seconds or so, but those P1s are so fast. There was more than once when I was being passed by an HPD on the left and a P1 on the right. It's just I was trying to ride my time in the middle, and it was insane.
Yeah, I know you've worked with us here in the booth before, so you know how hard it is for us to follow the action as well. It looks like your main rivals are pitting, and they are swapping. Tim Clayson's getting in the car, and as we have Clement coming around Luffield, Do you think you have anything for these guys for the last 2 hours?
No, I'll tell you what, we are off pace, really. Our goal today is just a top 10. We're new to this car. We don't know the speed secrets in it yet. We didn't have as much prep time leading up to this as we normally get in. I mean, we really only got the setup together really yesterday that we were going to run, and we ended up being probably about half second off pace of the podium. So that's all we're trying to do today is just stay clean, keep the car healthy, and try and get a top 10. Because there's some really, really fast teams in here. So, really we're just coming in as rookies to the series and, cut our teeth, and we'll just try and keep improving through the season.
Well, I have good news for you. You guys jumped Torque Freak Corkscrew in the pit stops. Tim is now sitting third behind Clement, who is in second. That's a good sign for you guys. Speaking of good signs, since you're back in the car and racing, does this mean we might see you back in the Pacific Majors?
Well, that remains to be seen. I might just take a team manager role in the majors for 2019. None of that's decided yet. Silly season's about to get started, and sometimes it kind of kicks off early in the majors. I mean, we're hearing rumors already for silly season but I don't know yet on that front. I kind of have to race less. The reason I had to take a break, step away, is that I've been spending too much time in the seat. My ergonomics are not as good as they should be, and I developed some tendonitis in my foot that was actually making it really tough to walk, and so I've got to really invest in a full static rig before I do as much seat time as I have been.
Yeah, the joys of old age, but at least becoming the wily old veteran, this is a good series that you could maybe outthink your opponents, right?
Oh yeah, I'm super impressed. I mean, Voris and Bernie, because I took part in this series when it was just beginning, and the level that they've brought this thing to is a real testament to how hard they've been working on it. And I'm really happy to be back and part of this series again, and I also want to thank them for letting us join.
Well, thanks for coming and talking to us as well. That was an enlightening interview, and wish the best for your team for the remainder of the race.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
That's Jason Fleischle running in the car number 212 for Alliance Racing. Meanwhile, as that's been happening, Taylor, some developments in the GTE Pro League.
Yep, we have a new leader right now, the 201 of Team Vikings, the Ragnarok team, currently driven by Carl Friedrich Herzog, as right now, as he is currently leading in that Ford GT. Still has a good gap over the Alliance team of Trevor Clements, right now currently in P2, while the Torque Freak Corkscrew racing team is holding on in the third position with Tim Clausen in the third position. A new leader in the GTE AM is the PDC 302 car. That is currently being driven by Ian Pretorius. He's now going his way into Luffield and into Woodcote to complete another lap. He has a good lead over the Nomad Sim Racing GTE in second place, with the Team Vikings Midgard team rounding out your top three in GTE AM.
Well, clearly the Ragnarok car number 201 putting the hammer down as they take over the lead here just past halfway. A good position to be in, leading in the second half of the race. Haven't had a caution in a while, knocking on wood, as these drivers have been relatively clean since the last restart. Wonder if we're going to have a green flag for a long, long time here, and drivers are really going to have to think.
Ooh, we had an issue with Ronnie Fantini coming out, going down into Vale. 111 HPD LMP2 car. Gets a little off course and was able to nicely recover.
Yeah, it looks like just out of Stowe, you're going to see, looking around the outside of Ebener, and there's not enough pavement out there. Wow, what a catch that was. And that's actually critical, I think, here, because that barrier to the right side, Taylor, I've seen it collect a number of cars who lose traction at the rear from that corner.
Yeah, that section is very difficult to control. Once you go out into the grass, you cannot really save the car, but as we saw with Fantini, he did an excellent job of recovering the car, only losing a couple positions, but still right back into the fight.
Yeah, just ahead of him, that fight involves Taylor Bookout with Pascal Ebner, who was trying to fight before. Things getting a little bit frantic now. Down to the inside, side by side, and Maggots and Beckett's very rarely works. Bookout just can't get by Ebner. Great run off of Chapel from Fantini. Tries to look to the right side, manages to get the track space. Does he have enough to get two of them? He's got the momentum. Fantini on the attack on Ebner, but just not enough racing line before they hit Stowe.
Fantini really wanted to take it 3 wide there, I think, and he thought better of it going into that turn.
They're still battling, and now they got Marchevsky, who doesn't want to lose too much time. Remember, Marchevsky's been fighting for podiums here in this race. He's going to be able to get around the outside of Bookout, who loses time. Fantini still attempting to try and get past the car of Ebner. Oh, he gets shoved off course. Bit of a rude awakening. Wow, and I honestly kind of put that one on Ebner. He steered into a car that was ahead of him at the apex.
Yeah, I'm not sure he would have had enough room to clear Bookout if he didn't do that, so he was just in a very rough position there trying to get to that inside lane.
Yeah, it was a bit of a late move, but even still, you got to be aware of your surroundings. Poor Ebner came out the worst on that.
Got a battle right now for P4 in the GTE and between the number 333 of Ugassi Racing and the 394 of the Ava Veretic 394 Porsche. Just bringing in a couple of more GTE cars right behind them. Good battle between Joshua Banster and it looks like Mikey Grimes. Nope, that's Grimes. Mikey Grimes, are both actually multiple laps down, so no actually battle for that.
Yep, as we watch them work their way through the technical final portion of the circuit. They've got the, is that our overall leader? No, second place. Whoa! Michael Schwanzel. Did we get that on screen? I just looked over. Bannister and Schwanzel just moments ago. There was a needle-sized spot that Schwanzel could thread. See if we can get the replay. This could be a good onboard for Michael.
Been watching Schwanzel come up through the field. He's been struggling a little bit more than his teammate Thierry Renson did when it comes to lap traffic, but he definitely has the speed. He's been about 8 to 12 seconds back from Mark Torres in the lead of that class this whole time.
Yeah, we saw there it was through Woodcote that he nearly got squeezed off.
Yeah.
Oh boy, talk about taking your chances. Lives to fight another day, and he's only 6.5 seconds behind Torres at the moment. But we believe Torres still needs to take at least 2 more stops and hand over the car. Looking through the field.
Ooh, we have, looks like Brock Hopkins spinning out through Cobbs. Or actually, yeah, actually just off of Cobbs into Beckett.
Oh, one of the Beast Racing cars, the number 82. Let's see if we can figure out what caused this.
He has severe damage to that LMP1 Audi.
Well, there's the tail end of the incident. Let's jump back a little farther, see if we can suss out what exactly happened here. Watching from above.
Ooh!
Yeah, that's a hard hit.
That was one of the Porsches. It looked like. I'm going to look at right quick through the field.
as we try to figure that out.
That looks like one of the Speedworks racing teams, possibly the number 229 of Tony Costello.
I get a feeling that's going to be another investigation from our stewards. Huge damage. Oh my goodness. Yeah, wow, look at that machine. This is bad news for that Beast Racing number 82 with so little time left in the race and no caution coming out for that incident either. Coming back to the battle for second, GTE Pro, Trevor Clement, Tim Claessens. This has been the battle that's been going on all race long. It's Torque Freak Corkscrew versus Alliance.
Yeah, these two now, as they make their way into Chapo, looks like Clausen gets hard on the brakes and now gets on the back bumper. Clement is still able to cover that position. Down the hanger straight they go. Clausen going to try to utilize a little bit of a draft to slipstream right behind them as they make their way up to Stowe. Looks to the inside, here we go. Makes the pass, a nice clean pass into Stowe, but it looks like Clemens is going to try to the over-under. Looks at Eve as they come out of Stowe into Vale Chicanes. Not close enough to look to the inside right now, but the battle heating up between these two. These two have been at it all race long for some of this part right now after this pit stop. As Clemens or Clausen is able to pull away as they make their way down towards the Abbey.
And this pays credence to what Fleischle was saying before. He didn't think that they really had pace for them. They may have jumped them in the stops, but it looks like it's going to be a very tough ask for that Alliance car to try and hold back Torque Freak Corkscrew.
Right behind them is Brock Hopkins, and he is having a very difficult time trying to wheel that car back to pit lane if he's going to bring it down pit road this time by.
Yeah, I'm surprised he stayed out. I guess maybe. Oh, and Drew Eccles was black flagged for causing a collision. Looks like a 10-second stop and go. Was that our driver, maybe?
Possibly, as he comes down pit road along with Trevor Clemens.
And understand that Hopkins has also come. Yeah, you just mentioned that. Brock Hopkins there we saw come in. There's Trevor Clement. Now, Clement didn't come in too long ago, I thought. And they are switching to Jimbo Pfeiffer. Hey, glad to see Jimbo on another of our broadcasts.
Jimbo always puts on a good show when he comes out to race a race right now, but we have a battle between Kinetic and the Lux Sim Sport team. Stefan Overgaard in the number 283 Porsche against David Lee Patterson in the 288 Porsche. Just got broken up a little bit by the 160 4X Racing LMP2 car. They head their way down the hangar straight into Stowe.
Yeah, just squeaking by Patterson in time. As I'm sure he's happy he won't be held up because the Flying Smurf is not a driver you want to mess with too much. He knows what he's doing. He's been on iRacing a long time. He's a good friend of ours here at GSRC. Now racing on Kinetic. I'll never get used to him not running a blue and white car, though.
He still has the helmet of the blue and white, so he still is able to keep that color scheme to him to a degree. They make the way under bridge.
Hope he's put that, or he should put the Flying Smurf on his helmet if he hasn't. It's just, it's his calling card. But anyways, we watch the Danish driver following the tire tracks of Patterson. They are good on their race. If Patterson takes this to the end, he's taken over from Mark Fletcher a few laps ago. Same thing with Overgaard. We mentioned he took over from the car of Tommy Vandergooch. Excuse me.
Oh, and Mark Torres just came in the pits, guys.
Ah. So they didn't suffer from a caution catching them out. And they are going to change drivers finally. Matthias Magnussen for Kinetic hops in that LMP1.
And just coming out of the pits now is Brock Hopkins. They have that Audi LMP1 really well repaired, it looks like. I would imagine things underneath that, the bodywork, are still not perfect, but that Beast Racing number 82 machine looks almost as good as new.
tell you what, though, that one hurt them. They are at the tail end of our LMP1s that are still running. Nope,
Yeah.
It looks like did Simitalk Esport Jade get back out on track? Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
Even still, Beast Racing stationary for a full minute and 46 seconds.
Oh, they're back on the grass.
Wow. Man, it's a bad day at the office for these guys.
Yeah, he had he's trying to make up a lot of ground there, trying to be aggressive, getting around these GT cars. Looked like a couple of Ferraris there he was trying to get around and ran himself into the grass.
Yeah, he's going to let himself be lapped by Marchevsky. Oh, Marchevsky!
Same
Making
situation.
Contact. That's Julian Bell. Little bit of slight car contact, but that could have gone so much worse. They were right by that wall on the exit of Abbey to Bridge. Oh.
Big gaggle of cars here. I think there's still time for it to go wrong.
My goodness. Yeah, and they've got, who is this flying up behind them? That's Robin Schwangers, actually. This is our third place driver, chasing down Marchevsky. Oh, and he gets together! That is Russell Clayson. V Apex Purple's Russell Clayson.
What a great recovery there by Clayson, though. He practically saved that thing. Kept it on the track the whole time.
Yeah, the number 133 somehow still going. I can attest, I've been a teammate on Turn 2 Motorsports with Russell. He is a never-give-up kind of guy. He wrestled that car back forward.
Yeah, that was a great catch there. He kept his foot in it the whole time and just kept it on the track. I mean, it still hurt him, I'm sure, damage-wise, but...
We're going to try and find the replay of Clayson, that number 133. This is a different car that we're looking at right now. Let's see if we can pull him up. Here we go. Oh, just the tail end of it. We just missed it because heading through cops. See if we can pull this up.
Looks like that was some netcode contact there from Schwangers.
See if we can get this one on screen. Think we've missed it again. So as they continue on, Clayson running in 13th in class. That one, the LMP2s being led by Kyle Burney for the moment. Bad Cactus Racing up at the front, but they have yet to take their stop. They're on a 33-lap stint at the moment.
And Schwangers is really closing in on Marchevsky here for a second. He's only about... It was 2 seconds back the last time they came around for second place in the LMP1s.
Yeah, got a little traffic in the form of Jens Hartvig ahead of them. And as well as Alex Saunders in V Apex Red. Looks like this cost Schwangers a little bit of time. Since these guys aren't close, I understand that Taylor's got a little bit of an update for us over in GTEs. Taylor, what's the news?
Well, we got a new leader in the GTE AM category. The number 333 of the Yugassi Racing Ferrari has gotten himself back up into the GTE AM. But keeping an eye on Tim Clausen, he's been closing that gap on that number 201 Ford GT of the Team Vikings Ragnarok car. As he is starting to close the gap, he was, let's see, go this time by. Ran a 142.8 compared to Carl's 143.1. So we're pretty soon going to see in a couple of laps Tim Clausen closing in on that Viking Ford GT pretty soon. So looking forward to a good battle here coming up in the GTEs.
So we watch Clayson's continue to lead the most of the field around there in second place, the Torque Freak Racing. And having a good one, still in second. Ragnarok car, when did they pit, actually? 27 laps ago versus 11 laps ago for Torque Freak Corkscrew. So we should see another stop for Team Vikings Ragnarok. While the battle for second overall heating up yet again.
Yeah, Marchevsky has caught a lot of traffic here, and Schwenger's right behind him. He's maybe going side by side up through the middle. No, thought better of it there. But he is right closed in on Marchevsky there. And I think he's definitely got the speed to get around him.
That's our GTE leader that they're trying to get by. Don't want to wreck the leader out. Lets him through. Finally safely by, and Schwengers now has a little bit of clear space to try and chase him down.
Yeah, a lot of empty racetrack in front of Marchevsky right now. This is going to be some good battling here to see if we can see Schwengers get up next to him.
Does he have the pace to try and hunt Marchevsky and peel away second place? A little bit of traffic in the form of Dilworth up ahead of them. Catches him at a good spot around the outside. Just not quite close enough as they come to the end of the hangar straight. Still, just that little bit of traffic is all Robin needs to try and get an opportunity. And looks like plenty of opportunities are facing both of them. Look at the train of cars up ahead.
Yeah, this might be a good opportunity for Schwengers to get around him.
Here we
He's going
go.
to go up 3 wide up the middle. No, he backed out once again.
Got a little better of it. Still plenty of racing left to go.
We've seen a lot of trouble in that section of the course right there. It was a good move, I think, for Schwengers to lay back a bit.
You can see trying to predict the lines of the cars as they swing back and forth. Marchevsky a little bit hot into Brooklands. That gives Schwengers a chance to close the gap. Maybe try for an over-under. Oh, and he actually makes contact. Shoving him through the corner. Robin Schwengers getting aggressive now. Woo.
Be interested to see what kind of run they have into Cops here as they'll hold put there. Maggots and Beckett's are going to be a very technical part of the course for these guys to try to navigate.
As hardy as these cars are, they're endurance cars, you really don't want to make contact with one another. I wonder if Robin took some aero damage off of that.
He may have.
Hour and 30 minutes left to go now. Let's go down to Taylor, P4 heating up.
Yes, indeed. Right now, as we look in on P4 right now.
Or is this P2, actually?
Yeah, this looks more like to be P2 at the moment. David Lee Patterson in the number 288 Porsche versus Stefan Overgaard in the 283. They're coming out towards the hangar straight. These two have been battling quite well. The 201 of the Viking team, Ragnarok team, has decided to come down pit road to make their stop. They make their way up into Stowe.
And we should mention, I'm trying to remember who it was that was leading ahead of Clayson's before. I believe they've come in and stopped, which is why you're seeing this battle now for second place between these two.
Yeah, and Stefan has been closing in on the gap of the Torque Freak Racing team of Clausen as they are working their way down towards Abbey. But Patterson has been doing quite well this race, keeping the nose clean right now as he's making his stint right now working well for him. Gets a good run up through, down towards Bridge. Kind of try to utilize to get a good run up towards Abbey. Actually, sorry, Prairie right now. I'm sorry, looking at the wrong track map.
And here comes Michael Schwanzel. This is our leader in the LMP1s. Now, he's got a pretty good gap to the cars behind him. He doesn't need to press the issue. He's going to be able to go around the outside of Luffield pretty easily. Through the inside of Woodcote. Look at that. Great timing. That AVA Vervatic team, they know how to handle this traffic. So a bit of a gap still between Overgaard and Patterson. as they continue to fight to decide the last 2 spots on the podium with a monumental 16 seconds between them and the leader. I haven't given a whole lot of love to these 2 drivers. Martin Hamann and GT Temple and Marcel Egbers battling for 6th place. Egbers, we've seen a few times out here. A little traffic between them. The German Sim Racing LMP1 car going to have to go the long way around from Casper to Court and gets it done.
Yeah, those drivers navigating traffic very well. They've got empty racetrack ahead of them, but good battle there for P6 for those guys.
Love this onboard that Dougie's given us here on Egbers. Just gives you a sense of how cramped it is inside these cars. They may look big, but boy, it is tiny, and the view is limited in these cockpits.
Yeah, it almost feels claustrophobic in a sense when you're in those LMP1 cars. That's what my first experience was when I got behind the wheel to test one out, and it was just almost very interesting, especially in the Audis.
Continuing to try to chase down the blue and red machine of Hamann. They're going to get a little bit of traffic ahead of them. Kyle Burney for Bad Cactus, who was leading before, has taken his pit stop, has been shuffled down his field into 9th. A lot of traffic here for Hamann. Got to tiptoe his way through. You can see this is holding up the cars behind him as well, as Egbers is not able to get through as quickly. Almost some contact there. That was...
Looks like John Ford, one of the GT cars just went around. That is the... trying to get a car number off of that one. The 396 in the Bad Cactus Racing Saguaro. It looks like a couple of the different prototypes had to go around in the grass to avoid that one.
Looks like we can't get the replay on that one, but they are going yet again. So unfortunately won't be able to get a replay there. Ford currently running in 26 in class as we jump over to Colin Stark at the moment. You know, one battle that we haven't checked in on, remember Wyvern Racing, they've handed the car back over from Gracia to Andra, and he's sitting in 3rd with about half a second up to Goodwin, who's taken over for Jake Farquhar in the number 110 Luxem Sport Motive car. So nice job by Andra to try and come back and get a podium in this machine.
Yeah, that team was pretty far back in their class, and for them to be back up in P3 in their class right now is great. And I think with Andra right now, they're only going to keep moving forward. John Goodwin in front of them by quite a bit still, but...
And we know from experience over in Autobahn, Andra, one of the fast drivers in these prototype cars. So I expect the Wyvern Racing HPD to start making inroads.
Yeah, and actually a correction on my part there, the gap to Goodwin is not that huge. To be honest, he's the next car in line. So he definitely can close in. Definitely enough time left to do it.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity here to steal that 2nd place away with the 90 minutes left on the clock that we're seeing.
Fantini leading that group. He hasn't made any driver swap yet. He has 82 laps under his belt in that car.
And here's the incredible thing in this racing as we watch our leaders in the HPDs work their way around, is we have had 0 retirements in 2.5 hours of racing. Every single car is out on track at the moment. out of
Yeah.
60 cars that started, which is just phenomenal.
It just goes to show you how dedicated these teams are to finishing these races. They take so much time to prepare for them, to get that setup just about perfect for them. And last thing they want is to not race a full 4 hours when it comes race day.
Absolutely. So, going to our race leader, Schwanzel. Since we've had some more pit stops in that class, it's now a whole 50 seconds between Schwanzel and Marchevsky. That is a huge gap.
He's coming up on his 26th lap, for him at least, in that car. But the battle between Marchevsky and Schwangers behind him, it did kind of die out just a little bit. Marchevsky was able to pull away quite a bit.
Yeah, it looks like another case of traffic management swinging back in favor of Vladimir. Sudereer REC Unicorn car. See the blue and white with black trim LMP1 has been running a pretty good race. Been a little bit up and down, but running second place with 90 minutes left to go is no mean feat. Jumping over to the GTE AMS, sounds like P4 and the number 397.
As we have contact with Ryan Wallace and Fabian Bowler. This is bringing in Jason Dilworth now, as it looks like Wallace has went off course right now, but Dilworth and Bowler now are going to be battling it out in the 311 Porsche and the 315 Porsche. Dilworth been doing quite well, being clean even after that first early incident in the first few hours. But he's now going to go into Stowe, look to the outside and now to the inside, and then make their way towards the Vale chicanes. Great racing, as we have a new leader in GTE Pro. Nope, never mind. Sorry, that was wrong. Little update right quick. Sorry about that.
Yep. Timing and scoring can be a little funky sometimes.
It was acting a little glitchy for me a few moments ago. So, but Jason Dilworth Joe's trying to work his way around Fabian Bowler as they make their way up towards Abbey and Bridge. And still really good racing between these two, but still leading in the GTE AM category is the 333 car. He's been doing quite well, keeping his nose clean as best as he can, having a little bit of a pressure from the 394 AV8 Avatic racing team, who's been closing in a little bit by a little bit, as he's actually right there as they're working their way through Chapel Curve, also bringing in the third place car. So we have a three-way battle for the lead in GTE AM between the 302 of Daniel Ferguson and the PDC Motorsports Red, the 394 of Anders Christensen, and of course the 333 car of Hans Pikatin, as they work their way now up into Stowe. Getting a little bit of separation as Ferguson looks at the inside and Stowe. We're following this battle into the Vale chicanes. Great. This brings in the leaders now. They closed in the gap.
Oh, there was just a huge accident up here. Ryan Wallace just went flipping down Hanger Straight in Bag Cactus Racing. That was the
397.
397, yeah.
We were watching just before. Oh man, first and off track when he
came
makes
in
a little bit
collided.
of contact.
There were multiple cars in the air in that accident. At least two of them. I think I saw a third one in the grass.
Yeah, it looks like it started with
that one was huge.
Clayson. Oh, was this our leader? Our leader was involved. Big development. Jason Dilworth was the first one to start to, or no. Fabian Bowler started to lose it through cops, and the caution is out because of this incident. Bowler started to spin. Dilworth couldn't avoid him.
Wow.
Those two found themselves in the middle of the track. Dilworth got hit by Clayson's. Huge damage. Clayson's then got hit by Wallace. Wallace in the number 397. Dilworth, yeah.
Dilworth's a 315 there. He had a bird's eye view of this whole racing venue here.
Let's see if we can. This is Parkinson. We'll need to switch back to Dilworth. Oh, there's the. Well, there. Dilworth disappearing into the sky there. See
Looks like it
just the end
begins
of it.
with Bowler getting loose and Dilworth getting a bad end of that, and then behind them they just stacked him up.
All right, here we'll see. This is the start of the incident coming into cops here. Yeah, you see the car just got loose in front of him, and he thought he had it. You could see he overcorrected. Dilworth thought that he was going to go to the right, and the car snapped back. There was just no saving it.
And then the huge collision with what was that car that came up after him? Was that was Clayson?
That was our leader. That was our
Yeah.
leader in the GTEs. This means that our new leader in the GTE Pro is Stefan Overgaard in Kinetic 283.
Wow.
Big development.
Well, this changes everything.
It really does. We're going to take a quick break as they sort out the wave-throughs before the pits open here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back once the pits opens up. Hopefully we can take you to the end of the race from here. Stick around. Welcome back to Silverstone. We're down to an hour and 18 minutes left in this 4-hour race. We are on our fourth caution of the day. This one significant, though. It has taken out our leader in the GTE Pro race, handed it over to Stefan Overgaard, who leads there now. Our leader in the LMP2s is Ronnie Fantini, currently for Team Hoisingfeld 111. And it has been for much of the race. The AVA Vervatic 25 with Michael Schwanzel currently leads over in the LMP1s. We are in the middle of our waiver rounds at the moment. Pits are not open quite yet. And once we get through with our pit stops, we'll try and run you through the podium of each of our classes. We're going to have at least one more lap before they'll open the pits here. So not a bad record so far, Taylor. Only four cautions in about 3 hours with 60 cars on track. I'd say that's a win to me.
That is a win especially for this series. This series has been doing really well with keeping track of everything going on. The officials have been doing a great job of keeping track of all the drivers and penalty issues, as well as making sure that they get these drivers in the proper positioning to have some close action racing that we've been seeing all race long right now. And it's a really good job for the officials who are doing this.
Yeah, we've only seen, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, only 7 actual in-race penalties. Most of them stop and goes, just a couple 10-second holds, which is more severe. So work their way towards Maggots Beckett's.
Looks like maybe 2 or 3 more GTE Pro drivers need to get a lap back. So it looks like this time by we might see pit road open for our drivers here.
So, remember those teams that we mentioned being fast, expecting a lot out of them? Let's look through, see where they're sitting right now. Kinetic Racing, of course, in the LMP1s has Matthias Magnussen sitting in third up there. They've been doing a really good job with that one as well. Let's see what they have throughout the rest of the field. Just scrolling through here. Kinetic Racing number 283, Stefan Overgaard. Of course, fantastic job by them, currently sitting first in the GTE. What about the cars of Alliance Racing? Jimbo Pfeiffer in them right now. He's sitting a little bit farther down, but we think this may just be strategy, having put them back at this point. They're sitting ninth in their class as well. We also know that Hoisingfeld tends to be pretty fast. Well, Hoisingfeld has the number 111, Ronnie Fantini, leading the way over in the HPD, the LMP2 class. So a nice job by them. And the 248 in the GTE Pro, Jan Santowski, currently sitting in 11th. So not a great day for them, but still middle of the pack. So we're getting down to the last stages. It's too early to make it to the end on this. This is a hard call for me, you guys. Do you come in now? Do you wait for it? Try and stay out in the clear air and just take a green flag stop?
We might see a mixed bag of that. We might see some drivers take some pit stops as the pits are open this time. So we'll have to definitely see who will take their pit stops.
No one up front. Still making their way around.
Yeah,
they aren't there
right
yet.
now.
We're gonna find out soon, though.
I think it'll come down to how many driver swaps you still need to make, if any, for some of these guys at least.
This is true. Well, and I don't think it's possible. It's right on the cusp to save an extra 10 minutes of fuel.
Well, our
Schwanzel's coming down.
LMP1 and LMP2 leaders are coming in.
Anybody else? Looks like we've got Ronnie Fantini coming in. Anders Christensen's coming in. Fabian Bowler is in. Quite a few cars. Look at this.
Stefan Overgaard has decided to come in.
Track position's going to get all mixed up here.
Absolutely. And, well, the good news is there are so many cars coming in that hopefully there won't be quite as many up in front of you. If you were one of, like, maybe 10 cars that came in pit, you'd be in serious trouble. But
Yeah.
it's looking like about half the field.
I'm looking to see all who made swaps and who made just a normal pit stop here. Looks like normal pit stops for just about everyone so far.
It's like Schwanzel's going to be able to come out the lead of the cars that pitted still. This is going to take a second for our timing and scoring to catch up on this. Hence why we're so quiet right now, trying to figure out exactly how they shuffled around.
Be interested to see how many LMP1 guys stayed out.
I'm not sure that any of them did.
I don't know. Looking back here.
Yeah, I don't see. Well, let's see. It looks like John Kelly stayed out. The SRT number 29 does not pit. And Brock Hopkins. Beast has stayed out. And Marcel Egbers. So 3 of them.
And they're not on the same lap as the leaders, so it looks like Michael Schwanzel's going to keep the LMP1 lead.
Yeah, so I believe those cars are trying to get their lap back. Trying to get themselves back on the lead lap of racing. They are going to let them give them wave arounds here as they've waved off the green.
But by the looks of it, when we do go back green flag racing, it looks like our GTEM leaders will be the ones that'll bring them to the green flag. Currently right now with Yugasai Racing leading that class with the PCDC Motorsports red, Black Sheep Motorsports the number 323 Porsche, and then the PCDC Motorsports yellow.
That's interesting. It'll be the first time we've seen them take the it'll be the first time we've seen them lead them to green.
Will be interesting. Let's see here. There is John Pat Kelly in the SRT Team USA. He's the first LMP1 car lined up.
And Ross Yost, I believe, behind him is the first LMP2 car.
Yep, in the 187. So, but looks like a little bit of a strategy call for David Lee Patterson in the number 288 Luxim Modfa Podcast 288 Porsche. He's currently 24th overall in class, but is currently still leading in the GTE category, pro category, with the Geodesic Racing Black team of the 255 with Spencer McCarthy.
All right, we're getting those wave arounds, and they're going green next time by, we're hearing. And as you said, Pitkanen going to lead them around. Now, here's an interesting one. We're now already down to hour 9. They have been pacing, which uses less fuel. So, let's see, we should go green, what, about an hour and 6 minutes left? I don't know. Do you guys think 6 minutes worth of fuel can be saved?
I feel like that's stretching it.
Very much that is stretching it. It almost sounds almost impossible unless we have another caution immediately right after this.
Yeah. Which is very possible with the way this field is stacking up. All the GT cars at the front and the faster cars behind them. It's going to get chaotic.
All right, so who gambles? And if they do, who wins? Because some drivers have pitted this stop, this yellow flag, and pitted what would be, we think, a little bit too early, and could give themselves a good position to make it to the end if they can stretch the fuel, because if their competitors have to come in and stop one more time, whether for a driver swap to make sure they get enough time in, or just simply to get enough fuel to make it to the end, we expect there should be at least some more stops going for most, if not all, of the field. Gives you a good sense of just how big this field is, too. We were looking at that shot down the Hangar Straight, which is the longest straight on this course, and you can see how long the train went back. There's the front of it now. The Roof Pace car leading Pitkinen and the Usagi Racing machine.
I gotta say, Pitkinen has been doing very well today in the number 333 Ferrari, keeping his nose clean. It's
getting some information here from the stewards. They are, in fact, going green. They're just reminding them, get ready to go racing.
We'll have to definitely keep an eye on this, because we have the top 4 nose to tail in GTE AM right there. So, as well as also actually the top 5 plus the LMP1 of John Pat Kelly. Let's see how quickly he gets through these cars.
All right, Roof Pace car with an hour and 6 left to go peels off as Usagi has control of the field. Our AM leader, GTE AM, down the front stretch, already seeing Pat Kelly weave his way through. He's gotten most of them, just 2 more to go, being chased down by Brock Hopkins in the Beast Racing car.
If you look at that now, since Pat Kelly got by those cars, it is clear racetrack for him, so he is able to definitely put the hammer down and pull away from the Beast Racing car.
Not so for our overall leader. Michael Schwanzel does have a gap about 5 seconds to Matthias Magnussen in Kinetic's number 83 car, but he is in the thick of it. This is one of the most risky times for these cars.
A lot of aggressive racing traffic ahead of him. He's got to keep it really clean. You see him flashing the lights there, trying to get people out of his way. But that team, this is probably the most nerve-wracking part of the race so far for them.
But you can see he's being very trepidatious through here. He could have sent it in up into Stowe, decided not to, just set behind Bruce for a moment. Now he's going to use the extra grip to go the long way around. Just slicing through this field, showing once again why the AVA team is leading this race. Aggressive when he needs to be, and timid when it serves them.
P1 in the GTE AM is starting to heat up a little bit more. Ferguson now able to close that gap on the 333 of Usagi Racing of Pitkinen. They come out of Woodcroft into the front straightaway now, making their way to Copse. I tell you what, Ferguson has been really racy before that last caution came out and has been closing the gaps. Down through Copse they go, making their way towards Maggott and Beckett's. Here comes the LMP2 car.
Julian Ohin is going to get by. They're able to keep fighting, but they've got more of them. Kyle Burney for Bad Cactus. He's got to wait patiently through the Maggots and Beckett sequence. Finally weaves around the outside. But look at how much this is loud. Ferguson to catch up to the back of Pitkinen. Pitkinen goes defensive, covers him off late. Can he go the long way around? Much later on the brakes, the PC/DC Motorsports red car takes over the GTE AM lead.
A really good pass on the outside as they make their way down towards Vale. Chicane almost went offline a little bit, was Pitkinen, because he had a giveaway for the leader in LMP1 of Michael Schwinks.
Yeah, and Schwanzel, he put a little bit of a risk on the car. I think those guys were fighting for first, and he had a gap.
Yeah, Schwanzel was being a little aggressive, I think, almost through that corner.
Able to keep going. What was 4 seconds, 4 to 5 seconds, is now up to 7.5. Niels Hindhug, or Hundheg, excuse me, has not been as quick to get through all these slower classes.
Let's look in on the GTE Pro category between Spencer McCarthy in the 255 Geodesic Racing Black and David Lee Patterson. They're coming now out of Woodcroft down the front straightaway. This battle is heating up right now for the lead. Spencer McCarthy had a really great run out of Woodcroft down the front straightaway. They go 3 wide now with LMP2 and LMP1. Down into Kopp's corner, that was very dicey for him. Gives way now for the LMP2s and 1 car. Here comes, looks like Matthias Magnussen as they come down through Matt Beckett and Maggots through the Chapel curves. It was so dicey racing right now between these drivers.
Yeah, and while that battle is happening, you also have right in the mix between that Matthias Magnussen trying to run down Niels Hundeheg. They're only a couple of seconds apart, and that separated them even further, but they were right in the mix as they were going into turn 1 there.
Yeah, it looks like Magnussen caught that traffic at the right time. He passed them all coming down the hangar straight. He's going to be held up behind Pitkinen just momentarily. Goes around the outside of that orange and white Ferrari. Only 3 seconds between Hundheg and Magnussen. Coming down to the last quarter of this race. 1 hour to go. Second place in LMP2, staying very close. Julian Ochen and Kyle Burney. Burney in the blue and white Bad Cactus car. Closing in down to Kopp's, not close enough to make an attempt. We ride on board, looking over Burney's shoulder.
Yeah, Burney's getting a lot of good runs through the corners, but Ohen really able to stay out there in front. And they've got a lot of clean racetrack ahead of them, so that should allow for some pretty pure racing here.
Music to their ears for sure. They're not too far behind our leader, Ross Yost.
No, definitely not. Yeah, he's got to keep an eye on them in his mirror as well. But if they keep battling, I think Yost is just going to pull away.
You have to wonder if maybe Burney's being held up a little bit. He could be in a hurry to try and get by so that he can catch Ross at this point and maybe challenge for the lead. Look at him get right underneath him.
Definitely putting the pressure on. Kyle Burney wants to get a run in or out of these turns. See what he can do here on the straightaway.
He's close, but not close enough as they break for Abbey. Out of that left-right chicane coming up to Priory. Could see surprise attacks into this corner, but not this time through. Right on board with Julian. The number 169 holding down second place in our LMP2 class.
It's hard for Julian Ohen. He wants to just, ignore his mirror and chase down Ross Yost, but it's hard to when you have Kyle Burney putting so much pressure on you like that.
In fact, they have been gaining on him just a few tenths at a time. Through Kopp's one more time. Much better through the first corner for Julian than for Burney. Wow, they are really reeling him in. It's now down to 1 second.
Very aerodynamic cars working together in the draft. I'm sure that has got something to do with reeling in on him.
Well, and this is
getting around him now.
Oh, and what a horrible bit of timing. Niels is in a hurry. He doesn't want to be held up here, and this is causing a headache for Kyle Burney.
Yeah, Hundeheg doesn't care where he catches him or how he catches him as long as he gets around him. And he showed that there.
He's got 15 seconds to make up on the number 25, as well as trying to run away from Magnussen, put a gap between himself and third place. Is this going to hold up the leader, too, for our LMP2s? He's catching him in the most technical and slow portion of the circuit.
Yeah, that stacked him up right through there.
A lot harder to overtake the LMP2s for these LMP1 cars because they also have quite a bit of downforce. Now he slips by.
But look at the gap that Yost has lost behind him as Magnussen's making his way through this field now.
Magnussen, no problems for him. Out of Copse.
Bernie has lost Ohen quite a little bit there. I'm guessing he's going to be able to regain him there and reel him in once again, but still trying to chase down Ross Yost as there's another LMP1 coming up on him.
That was Jungbluth.
Racing car, yep.
Yeah, he's multiple laps down, so this isn't for position with anybody around him.
Regardless of his position, it's still going to mess up this battle for LMP2.
Stuck between first and second place, checking up a little bit as Julian now has Bernie right on top. Oh, big slide. Wow, I'm glad he caught that, though, because that rear end was coming around. And since that separated it, let's go over to the GTE Pro battle.
Yes, indeed. We have the 251 of the German sim racing team battling right now with Sam Fitzpatrick in the Fitzstein Motorsports Ferrari. As they make their way up towards Stowe, these two have been battling. Looks like the 251 is going to look to the inside of Patrick Cressay. Down towards the Vale chicane. He is right on the bumper. Looks to the outside. Side by side they go into Vale chicane. Still, Fitzpatrick is able to hold it down right now into club. Down towards this small little straightaway right now up towards Abbey. It's still a great run right now that Fitzpatrick had to get able to hold down the position over the 251. This is also bringing in Jan Stanowski in the 248. They make their way under the bridge, down up towards Prairie, and also into Brooklands. So these three have been battling out. This is the battle for the final spot on the podium. Down into Brooklands they go. Patrick looks into the inside now as they make their way through Luffield.
Fitzpatrick leading these trained cars, but not for long because he's going to peel off. 56 minutes left to go. We're seeing the drivers who needed to make that one more stop to get to the end. It is now up to Sintowski to try and overtake Cruz. Holding behind him. He was in the popcorn position before. Wasn't terribly close. Right on board with the team Hoysenveld, number 248. That car just ahead of them, that's a lap down car. That's Vanderhyde for PCDC Yellow.
So now Sentowski looks to the inside as they go their way up towards Club. Or actually Stowe. Down to the Vale chicane. Not close enough to make a pass on that 251 German sim racing team. They make their way through the club corner, holding that inside line as best they can to track out towards the outside lane. No pressure, but this is also bringing in Jimbo Pfeiffer. He's slowly closing in that 212 Team Alliance.
A little bit farther down in this class, looks like a battle for 7th heating up. This is between Casper DeCourt and Kim Salvinson. Oh, look at how they're getting just stacked up in here.
The battle for the lead in LMP2 just went 3 wide down the backstretch. And it looks like Kyle Burney is going to take the lead in that.
And Julian's managed to slip into second, demoting Yost all the way down to third.
Yeah, they caught traffic at the perfect time and just took him left and took him right and just sent him back to third.
Well, not the perfect time for Yost, that's for sure. But it is still on for the lead. Julian Ohen chasing Kyle Burney. Bad Cactus has really worked its way forward.
Our GTE Pro leader has made its pit stop, giving the Geodesic Racing Black into the lead.
Right on board with the German sim racing car, trying to give chase on Kyle Burney.
I've been noticing that's twice in a row, right through Brooklands, that Julian Ohen has locked up the brakes pretty badly right through that turn. And it's lost him a lot of time, both laps.
Good catch there, Nick. You can see the gap on screen now. The blue and white car is Bernie. Oh, but he catches traffic at a horrible time. That was John Habig for Black Sheep 221. He's actually going to go off course to allow the car of Holhen by. So what he lost, he has just now gained back. Boy, 52 minutes left to go. This has been such a great fight.
And a battle for P2 and the LMP1s between Hunehedge and, oh, that was Magnussen. They are right nose to tail again with each other.
Just as you were saying it, I glanced at the timing and score and saw the same thing. And this is not being helped by all this traffic ahead of him. That's the Torque Freak Blanchimont. That was not our former leader that you're looking at them going by. Oh, big balk for Niels. They're going to split the car of Nacho Yarnos, and that's the opportunity that Magnussen needed, moving himself into second. What opportunistic stuff from the number 83.
I don't think Hunehedge was anticipating that at all going through there. I think he's very surprised himself to see Magnussen get around him.
Yeah, just momentum interrupted. He picked the wrong way by, and wow, look at the gap he's
already
extended. My goodness.
Yeah. Magnussen is on a mission to try to reel in what he can of Schwanzel, who was about 20 seconds ahead of him.
Yeah, all I have to say about that, Nick, is good luck.
Yeah.
This has been the number 25's race. We've seen very few mistakes from them all race long. All right. So, oh wow, is that Niels? That is Niels. Niels has recovered.
Yeah. I don't
Where
think
did
he's
he
done
come
yet.
back from?
He's not ready to give up the second place right yet.
Really took a charge at him. Ran out of straightaway before he could get it done. Yet more traffic ahead of them. Swings and roundabouts here at Silverstone. Magnussen may have taken the spot, but as they go by Roy Deirderen, it looks like Niels Hunehedge is going to do his best to get back to P2. Question that we need to ask in all this, who needs to stop yet? Because remember, all these top three, Schwanzel, Magnussen, and Hunehedge, are all on a 12-lap stint. In fact, Vladimir Marchevsky also, I think, on a 12-lap stint. So they will need one more stop. Riding on board with Niels there for a moment. Watching the fight. Takes a little bit of a peek out. Oh, he's going to have to duck inside.
Whoa.
Who was that off?
Drew Eccles in the 221 Black Sheep Motorsports car.
Took the only way he knew to completely avoid is just send the car off track and nobody will get you there.
I'm not so sure he did that on purpose, though. It looks like he got some wheel hop down in the corner and just lost control of it a little bit.
So as the fight continues up ahead of them, Niels staying right in the tire tracks to the number 83. This is one of our closest fights on track, what I'm seeing right now. That is, unless, Taylor, you've caught something I haven't seen down in the GTE class.
Nothing major going on right now. The new leader in GTE Pro is number 248 car, Kinetic Racing of Stefan Overgaard is in chase right now, but he has a line of cars from the rest of the field. Well,
oh, Jan Santowski.
Santowski comes in now.
This will take him to the end of the race safely.
And a new leader in the GTE Pro was Stefan Overgaard, the Flying Smurf.
Back up to the front with about a 2.5 second lead over the next car back. That's Jonathan Dance on the 289.
Looks like a major penalty by the looks of it, a 1-lap penalty for Drew Eccles for exceeding the second level instant limit.
Yeah, he was the driver that got off the track there to let these LMP1 guys go by.
That brings us to what we talked about earlier in the broadcast, that you will be penalized. And that 1-lap penalty, that's actually that's the second level, isn't it? Usually you're given a stop and go at first. So they've already been punished before. Meanwhile, LMP2s have a nice little battle in what is 10th place for them, we understand.
Yeah, like Alex Saunders and Vladimir Marchevsky behind him. Well, that's a LMP1 guy.
And we're looking at Colin Stark and Alexi Lane.
Yes.
And actually, they've got Kyle Burney just ahead of them. Now, did Burney just recently take a stop? Wasn't he fighting for the lead in this class? Yes, he did. All right, so Burney is good to go to the end. He's actually just exited the pits. This is the LMP1 of Matthias Magnussen we see, splitting them momentarily. Honestly, I still say if it was me on the box, if you know that your car can't make it to the end, bring them in now, keep them safe from a caution, and get yourself track position towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I think I agree with that call. It seems like the safest plan. We've seen so much chaos in this race, and so quickly the leaders have been taken out, and you don't want that to be you. So I think that would be the right call in my opinion as well.
Battle for GTE Pro in second place between the 201 Team Vikings Ragnarok and the Luxon. Oh, contact! This is out of Stowe. Heading down towards the Vale Chicane, the 289 of Jonathan Dance made contact.
Oh, and he's slipping down the order. He lost spots to Salvinson and Reniers.
Let's try to get a replay of that.
Cars tend to understeer a little bit out of that corner. So we try to... looks like we might not have them on screen during this part of the replay, unfortunately. But from your perspective, Taylor, was it a case of tracking out and just understeering into the car of Dance, or what do you think?
By the looks of it, that's what the case was. It looked like the 201 Ford GT just went a little bit out. Kim Salveson tried his best to hug that inside line, got a little bit loose, which then made contact with Jonathan Dance. And unfortunately for Jonathan, it cost him.
Just want to give a little bit of an update. We were watching the number 77 of Niels Hundhedge and Matthias Magnussen fighting for that second place. We got a caution!
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Christine McKaylee in the 277 was on his roof.
Let's see if we can find the replay here. That's Fitzy Motorsports. It's on the outside of Maggots and Beckett's. Yeah, this is understandably a tow for him. Can't get the car to a safe spot, and I can't see on my screen exactly what happened. Taylor, did you have the replay on yours to figure out what went down with him?
I'm trying to look right now myself.
Looks like Drew Eccles was in the mix.
Uh-oh.
And there was an LMP2. Is that Klusterman? They were going through Maggots and Beckett's. I don't know if there was contact between the Fitzy Motorsports car and Eccles, but he may have just gotten loose. I don't have that part, but I saw him go around with Eccles definitely in the vicinity.
All right, so we are going to take a quick break as they sort the cars out. We'll talk about the strategy and how this affects it when we come back, because this could mean some of the cars that were stretching it on fuel could get to the end. We'll go over that more here on the GSRC as we cover the last moments of round one at DGFX. Welcome back to Silverstone. We have a mere 40 minutes left on the clock. We are on our 5th caution of the day. And as they like to say, this changes everything. They're currently waving cars by, and I'm not sure that they'll open the pits this time by. We'll find out soon enough as they're getting very close to it. But, so, we wondered if a lot of cars could make it to the end, guys. So, it was a big question mark. It was an extra 6 minutes, which both of you thought it was a little bit too far. Is there enough fuel saving under a caution, especially since they tend to have lengthy cautions here in DJFX, to maybe do it without a pit stop?
If they haven't already made a stop here recently, then I really have to say no. I mean, yes, this is a long caution lap, and yes, this is a big track where you could save some fuel, but 6 minutes is asking quite a lot on a car to go that long.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're gonna want a stop anyway, just to help the rest of your car. But I tend to agree. It's still a lot to ask for, but definitely a lot better chances now that we have a second caution.
And it could bring out another caution. There's that cautions breed cautions, yeah.
We saw that earlier in the race. I think it was the second and third caution were just about back to back.
And interestingly, we've got, I'm not sure if they're just letting the field know in general, but I thought I heard them say that they are giving permission for a car to come in and take emergency fuel if they need.
Yeah, but it's only for one lap because they cannot take any more. So if they do any more services, that will incur a penalty for that car. It was the 169 LMP2 car, by the sound of it. But it looks like this time by...
Yeah, Julian Ohan, who we were seeing battle for the LMP2 lead.
Right now, Michael Schwanzel is our lead car behind the pace car. Now, if Michael comes in, that will give the lead to one of the other classes, I believe, unless all of our LMP1 or one of our LMP1 stays out. But we, for the sake of green flag racing at the end, what we would want is one of the LMP1s to be leading them away.
Yeah, right behind him is John Pat Kelly, who's not on the same lap, but not even on the same fuel cycle. He actually he should have less fuel than Schwanzel, if I remember correctly. He stayed out to try to get a lap back.
Yeah, looking at far as the next group class leader, it looks like to be Stefan Overgaard in the number 283 Porsche. The GTE Pro leader, by the looks of it, might be the next class leader that would be taking them to the green flag if none of the LMP1 cars stay out.
I can report they have finished the waiver rounds, so we expect that the pit lane will be opened this time. Here we see the Kinetic Racing 283 Porsche fighting for the win here. A little bit of luck swung their way when Barraclaw and the Corkscrew team was unfortunately caught up in an accident not of their making. Do we have all the cars still out at the moment? I think we have at least a couple DNFs. VRG Engineering, the 366 seems to be gone. Nomad Sim Racing, the number 315 is
Schwanzel's
out.
staying out.
Ooh.
Oh, just kidding. Wrong part of the track.
No. Got to watch where that pit entry is. Yeah, they still got Luffield.
I see cones and I get excited, you know?
Yeah, it's right here where they have it opened up.
And they will indeed come in.
Yeah. So they're going to have to give up track position. Who else? Pat Kelly stays out.
Magnussen's coming in, along with Hunda Hedge. So all of those leaders, looks like they're on the same strategy here. Marchevsky.
Stefan Overgaard comes in along with Kim Salveson. So our GTE Pro leaders are coming in, as well as our LMP2 leaders.
Trying to see who is now our highest leader in the classes. I think it'll actually be Schwanzel. No. It was a quick stop
Magnussen.
for... Oh. Well, wait. Is Schwanzel on a long stop? Matthias had a very quick stop.
Schwanzel's coming out now. Magnussen came out before him. I was wondering if Schwanzel was even doing a driver swap there, but...
Could be. Now, I think Magnussen
No,
was
Schwanzel's
one of
still
the
in the
ones...
car.
Oh, do they have damage maybe that they're trying to get repaired? Oh, no, you meant he's still in the car. I thought you meant they were still in the pits. Sorry.
Yeah.
So Magnussen was one of the ones that pitted at about an hour 15 left, correct? I think so. I want to say that's the case. Because I think what's happened here, I think this number 83, by making that stop a little bit earlier, even though they came in now, they just needed a splash and dash, so they beat all the cars that needed to take a long stop for fuel.
Which is definitely going to help them because...
Track position, track position, track position.
Look at all the GT cars in between.
Yeah. What a call by Kinetic Racing 83. And we're going to go back racing with about 30 minutes left to go.
Matthias Magnussen and Mark Torres have done a great job today. We've seen them be very aggressive at times, and now we've seen them be quite strategic. That might have been a race-winning call for them.
I agree. I mean,
that's a lot of track position, it's looking like.
Yeah. I mean, they had a little bit of luck involved in it, obviously.
Yeah. And Marchevsky, I think, is behind him a few cars back.
Let's see. Yeah, just a few cars back. So Marchevsky's really looking the best to try and steal it away. Schwanzel could still come through. He has been fast. We've seen him do a lot with his lap times to be able to gain a big lead, especially with traffic. But this little time left,
Schwanzel's really far back.
Well, what'll be the real test here is how Schwanzel is when he has to be aggressive in traffic. We've seen him take his time because he's built up a gap. But now he's going to have to make risky moves.
And another factor is these aren't the only guys that have to be aggressive. The GT Pro and GTM cars also have to be aggressive with only about half an hour left in the race. So it's not like they're going to let him go by very easily. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of hard racing in front of him to get around as well.
All right, they're going to extend the caution. I believe we're going to get waiver rounds this time because, if I'm seeing correctly, Casper de Kort should be our highest leader.
Yes, indeed. He is the new leader in the GTE Pro, but I've noticed some issues going on in some of the drivers talking. Apparently, pit exit was not open at the moment, as we saw a lot of cars coming back out. So it was technically a closed pit exit, and a lot of people were going out.
And I suspect we are going to see some penalties from that at the very end of the race. And they cannot serve them under yellow. When they are given the black flag, it has to be served under green. They will have extremely little time to try and make up ground for what will be many, many seconds lost.
Is that going to hurt Magnussen? He had a really quick stop. I'm not so sure when that was. That the pit exit had some controversy around it, but I'm wondering when Magnussen came out in correlation to that.
Which was it during the main pit stops there, Taylor, or was it?
I think it was
this
during
last lap.
That was that main pit stop going on.
Yeah, I think Magnussen was one of the first out. I'm pretty sure I saw that Stefan Overgaard was one of the first drivers to exit as well. Yeah, I'm having the same reaction here. It's like, this is going to get real interesting.
Waiting in suspense for the call, apparently. Yeah, it's
29 minutes left to go now. But because they've extended it, does this mean maybe about 25 minutes left on the clock? The less time left on the clock, the less time our drivers stuck in the pack have a chance to try and move up towards the lead. Hold on. Getting info from the stewards. Oh, they are handing out the black flags. Oof. Sounds like just getting this all sorted out. All right, so from what I'm gathering, they are not going to clear black flags for drivers who exited a closed pit. The reason we had so many drivers coming out is the stewards were busy with other things. They hadn't verbally called that the pit was closed, but they're using that as a case of there's no excuse. So you know if the field is coming by that you can't come back out.
Yeah, it still said on the driver's screen, I would imagine that pit exit was closed, but if you get into the habit of waiting for the stewards, which they probably shouldn't have been, they probably shouldn't have gotten in that habit, but just didn't double check that.
Yeah. Or, you know, when you're in the pits and you see that they're busy, could be a time to get on the radio and ask them if pits are closed or open. Lights are out on the pace car. And we are getting word that it will be at the end of this lap. Will be roughly 25 minutes left to race. They could still yet have another caution, and this race can end under yellow. We should point out there's no overtime.
I remember last season when we ran here at Silverstone, we ended under a yellow flag condition. So it will definitely be possible.
Let's hope that's not the case this time.
Agreed.
Casper de Court is going to lead them away. There is our leader in the LMP1s, but we believe that he will be one that will be served a black flag. We'll find out along with you guys. I'm checking to see if the stewards have entered anything into their charts. Not seeing anything on our sheets at the moment.
Yeah,
By the way, a big shout out to the people at Race Control for having that and letting us in on all that is happening over there in Race Control. It's been a huge help this race, so cheers to them.
Yeah, they've done a phenomenal job keeping us updated when it comes to these incidents and race control decisions. We've had so many of them throughout the race.
Live stewarding is no easy feat and not a fun task. Nobody likes having drivers angry at them.
Oh, indeed. I remember having to do that in several series, and it is not fun at all. Because yes, you're also all good friends, but you're also, series, you're in a business in a sense.
You're competitors.
You have to treat everyone as fairly as possible, even if it means, having to set down certain penalties that not everyone's going to agree with.
Absolutely. All right. Coming up towards Abbey now. Might actually be 24 minutes left on the clock when we go green. It's a long pace lap around a track that is 3+ miles. Looking forward to when we can get the updated Silverstone. I know iRacing is working hard on it. I think they said won't be this coming build, last I heard. Through Priory they go. Up towards Brooklyn. Will this be our last restart? Will this be our last caution? Can they make it to the end? Who is going to be black flag? Lots of questions to be answered here in the final 24 minutes or so here of round 1 in the DGFX series. 4 hours of Silverstone should hopefully finish up here. Casper de Court leads them away. The green flag waves on this latest restart. He gets a good jump over the rest of the field. Jens Santowski. Oh, as we've already got these cars streaming through. Matthias Magnussen on the loud pedal. Look at him try to get up to the front.
Yeah, Magnussen had a great start there. I was watching him, and he just cleared everyone perfectly, hit all of his marks, and he's now got a whole lot of clean air and empty racetrack ahead of him.
What about Vladimir? He's only about 2.5 seconds back. Marchevsky slicing through just a few more cars, and then they've got clean track to try and duke this out.
Schwanzel is in trouble behind them. I saw him in the wall.
Oh, this was a case of an accident happening in front of them. Oh, no.
On hangers, right? I believe that was?
Yeah, Bram Reniers and the number 281 was the first
Oh,
to be
man.
involved. He got a little tip from the car of Colin Stark. That sent him off. And what happened here is he didn't even make contact with that second incident. It was Uren Woodstra who took evasive action, and poor Michael Schwanzel, the dangers of being in the middle of the pack, you could see there, he was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. We've had more incidents. Looks like we don't need to go to it, but John Ford, I think, having trouble with another HPD. Russell Clayson of V Apex Purple on the outside of club seemed to have had some sort of contact because they were in the wall.
Ooh, Colin Stark from the Nomad Racing HPD had a big save coming out of Woodcote as he was trying to get his way by Stefan Overgaard. Going down into Kopp's corner now.
Look at this traffic. He is chasing down Kyle Burney, who is well up the road ahead of him.
Casper de Court in the GTE Pro category is still trying to hold off Jan Stanowski as they're going down the hangar straight. Jan is
very close together.
He is right on the back bumper. Let's see what he can do going up into Stowe. He's got LMP2 traffic coming up as they go side by 3 wide. Oof.
That's a battle for position. That's Gunnar Meeson and Colin Stark fighting for second in the LMP2s. They managed to sneak through without incident. They're still having to weave their way around Casper de Court, our leader in the GTE Pro. Tense stuff.
Just an update on Michael Schwanzel. He has just now limped it around to the pit lane where he will sit there. That is a devastating finish. Oh,
the caution is out.
Well,
let's see. 334 would be Fisher Motorsports. We think might be the one involved in it. Trying to find it. Can you guys see anything?
oh yeah. It was right along with Kloosterman, who's involved in yet another incident. They were side by side, the LMP2.
I'm feeling Kloosterman is not going to have
there
a whole lot of friends after this race.
Yeah, I don't. It just looks like hard racing there. I couldn't tell how that happened. Oh, Kloosterman was trying to go into a gap that I don't think existed between the grass and Manuel Mayer there in the 334, and they just kind of bobbled off of each other, and then it was Team Vikings car that got collected. Hartvig.
It looks like we won't be able to find the replay, but this is yet another caution to shake things up. Nobody should have to come in unless they need to repair damage, and obviously the sane strategy would just be to stay out, because track position is going to be everything here at the end of the race. I think, am I seeing correctly? Is John Pat Kelly leading? No, excuse me, it is Magnussen. My timing and scoring was weird.
I think Pat Kelly, is he back on the lead lap though?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so either. He's near the end. I saw he's technically past the 25.
He's on the end of the lead lap, it looks like.
Yeah.
So, how soon can we get this race restarted? And are we going to get another caution afterwards? Remember, folks, spay and neuter your yellow flags, because you do not want cautions breeding cautions.
Technically, by looks of the rule book, there was technically not supposed to be a caution in the last 30 minutes.
So, see if we can get clarification from the stewards on that one. Could have been thrown accidentally. They might have some new stewards this year. Or it could have been a rule change.
Yeah, that might be just added effort in the last 30 minutes, but unless you absolutely need one, which we may have there, that might be the ruling there. I'm not sure.
They have the pits open, so I guess no waiver rounds needed. Now, maybe we misunderstood on the black flags for last one. I didn't see anybody come in. Did you guys?
I think what they meant was that they had 4 laps before their black flags would disqualify them. So I think what they was is just be patient. Do not try and rush the officials trying to clear those black flags.
Gotcha.
I think that's
Okay.
what it was.
So saying that
a little bit.
they were going to clear them. So apologies for the misunderstanding. A lot happening, especially as we were trying to listen as we commentated to make sure we understood what exactly they were saying. Nobody is coming into the pits. No surprise there.
I'll tell you, one person who didn't want to see the caution was Matthias Magnussen, who has Vladimir Marchevsky right in his mirror right now. That's how they're going to start. And that is going to be interesting for sure to see how they deal with each other.
Now, where is Schwanzel in all of this? This is a little bit of a help for them to get this damage repaired, but it looks like they're already 2 laps down on my timing and scoring. I think they do not have time to try and gain anything at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, if that, and that, the disappointing thing is if they had stayed out that little bit longer, they maybe could have stayed on the lead lap just to duck into the pits.
I'm wondering what took longer on their last pit stop, if they were repairing something or something. But I mean, Magnussen got out super early, and it really hurt them in track position that they got out of the pit so late. And if they were exiting at the time Magnussen was, they may not have found themselves in this situation.
All right, your podium positions here on this last restart, what we hope will be the last restart. In the LMP1s, Matthias Magnussen in the Kinetic Racing 83 is leading the way. Vladimir Marchevsky in the number 16 for Suderia REC Unicorn. And in third, Robin Schwangers has returned to the podium. Number 77, Sim Experience Fire. What about the top 3 for LMP2? Nick?
Right now, I have Kyle Burney in the lead for Bad Cactus Racing Chala, and the Nomad Sim Racing HPD 102 car of Colin R. Stark behind him. And then Gunnar Meeson, I believe, in the 111 behind him.
In the GTE Pro category, it is still Casper DeCourt in the Graphite Racing team, followed by the Jan Sanowski in the 248 for Porsche. And then rounding out your top 3 in the GTE Pro category is Stefan Overgaard in the Kinetic Racing. GTE AM is going to be the PCDC Motorsports Red team of Daniel Ferguson, followed by in the 320.
Something happened to Magnussen.
Oh, something.
He was off track. He just pulled over to the side of the track.
Oh, yeah.
He had to have had a hardware
issue or something, yeah.
He just pulled off, came to a halt. Now, is he back at the front? I think he's trying to get back to position. They were supposed to go green this time by. He's got very little time to get up there.
Yeah, they're coming through the last couple of turns now, and Marchevsky has the lead.
Oh, wow.
The pace car's pulling
Here he
off,
comes.
and here he comes.
Here he comes.
He's going to get a big jump.
But he's not in position. Vladimir Marchevsky, by a stroke of luck, is going to lead them back to the green ahead of Matthias Magnussen. Don't forget Robin Schwangers. Look at the gap they're starting to pull. These top three have clear track. They will catch traffic, but for the next couple laps, it is nothing but the podium battling it out to see who can take the win in LMP1.
Mark Fletcher was able to get by Stefan Overgaard to take over into the P3 category in the GTE Pro. He's got his eyes set on John Stanowski right now as they head down the hangar straight. He's got to get by, though, Daniel Ferguson in the GTE AM.
There we see the cars having to sort themselves out. These restarts always a little bit chaotic. Coming back to the green, and towards the end of the race when the pressure is on to try and get positions, it's even more so. Back up to our leaders. Marchevsky hasn't given it away. In fact, they are all just dead stuck on one another.
Yeah, Schwangers has been looking for ways around Magnussen, and Magnussen didn't like that. He's putting defensive moves on while still trying to close in on Marchevsky.
Meanwhile, battle in LMP2 for second place. We've got Colin Stark with Gunnar Meeson. Remember, they were fighting on the last restart, and that has picked up right where it left off.
And Alex Saunders right behind them.
Coming around to complete the first lap of restart. And Kyle Burney really wants these guys to battle. He is sitting in a very good position. Coming through Kopp's corner. Gunnar staying right on the tail of Stark. Down to 12 minutes to go. And Magnussen's got to run on Marchevsky up at the very front. He's going to run out of straight, I think, by the time they get to Stowe. But still, Vlad is under threat. He went defensive. That compromises his line. Here comes Magnussen, poking his nose in, but thinks better of it.
Yeah, he was looking around the outside for ways to get a run and or maybe have Marchevsky make a mistake, but that didn't happen. Marchevsky keeps the lead, and this is going to allow Schwangers to close in a little bit on Magnussen.
After 4 hours of racing and a 3-car fight for the win in our fastest class, still incredibly close together. Now coming to the final tactical portion of the circuit. A little bit off the apex there from Marchevsky. Trying to get the car to duck in.
Magnussen had some great corners through there.
Down in the GTE, second place getting very close.
It's actually the lead right now. Graphite Racing still holding on right now as they head underneath the bridge up towards Prairie right now. But this is also bringing in Mark Fletcher in P3. He's trying to close the gap as they head down through Brooklands into Luffield. Casper DeCourt is trying his best to hold that inside line down through Woodcote. Nose to tail, the top three in GTE Pro trying their best to see what they can do against each other. Unfortunately, though, it looks like Kinetics driver of Stefan Overgaard has fallen way behind this group of top three. Down through Kops they go. Fletcher still trying to find a way to get by Stanowski. Stanowski's focused all over the back bumper of DeCourt. Up through Brooklands and Maggotts and Beckett right now through the Chapel Curve. Down towards the hangar straight. DeCourt trying his best, gets a nice run off Chapel Curve, but here comes Stanowski, going to utilize a little bit of draft. Here comes LMP2 traffic as they go to the inside.
And LMP1.
3 wide. Ugh. Ooh, contact possible. Oh, no. Stanowski still gets a little bit loose. Goes off course.
Costly time for him to have traffic come through. Look at this mess.
And here comes Fletcher. He gets hard onto the brakes down in the Vale. He goes to the inside. Contact. Fletcher gets right on the back bumper. Gives him, looks like Stanowski, a little bit of a nudge through Club Corner.
Man, if you want a little bit of spice in your 4-hour meal, just throw a caution at the very end of the race. This has been incredible stuff in all of our classes. Santowski still trying to fend off Fletcher.
Casper, of course, got to be grinning ear to ear right now since these two are battling. Plus, the LMP2 cars are also blocking the way for Fletcher and Stanowski to get up to DeCourt. Out of Luffield into Woodcote they go.
Stay with this. I can report nothing's happened. Nothing's changed in the LMP1s. They're still in the order of Marchevsky, Magnuson, and Schrangers.
Into Kopp's. Ooh, Fletcher gets hard onto the brakes as they go through Kopp's corner, right onto the back bumper of Stanowski. Stanowski's able to get a better run out of Kopp's corner. Into Maggots they go, trying to close.
It almost looked like a bit of contact in Kopp's there, Taylor. Sorry.
A little bit of contact there was indeed. Out of the Chapel curve, down towards the hangar straight. Fletcher's got a good run off, but let's see if he's able to utilize a bit of draft help.
Awful close.
He's going to try to look to the inside maybe as they go into Stowe. Not close enough. Ooh, Stanowski gets loose. Fletcher goes to the outside now. Now dives to the inside. Trying to set up a pass to Vail, but no avail for him. And the undercut. Through club corner they go. Stanowski went offline through Vail chicane right there. They make their way up towards Abbey.
Echo staying on the defensive is Santowski. Fletcher tries to go late on the brakes. Down through Abbey. Looks for the over-under yet again. Gets balked at the apex. Trying everything. He's pulling out the kitchen sink. Late one down into Priory. Can he finally pull it off? He's going to have the inside for these two corners.
Oh,
contact!
And both of them make contact.
Off into the kitty litter they go. Handing over many, many positions.
Stefan Overgaard goes on course.
Into second. Patrick Pruce into third. Wow.
And Casper DeCourt is pulled away completely.
We missed the pass for the lead as Magnuson has gotten by Marchevsky. I was trying to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, Magnuson went high, and then Marchevsky went up to block him, went low, and kind of pulled off a nice crossover move there as they were going down into one of the turns, and Magnuson.
Let's see if we've got it on replay. Is this shades of Nigel Mansell? So appropriate here at Silverstone if that's the case. I'm not sure that we've got it here. Looks like our cameras might be blanked out during this portion. Oh. So, Marchevsky's lost the lead and has Schrangers right up underneath him with traffic just ahead.
And Schrangers.
Oh, Robin!
Great move by Schrangers.
It's all gone wrong for Vlad in these final laps.
And before that, guys, Schrangers had fallen off significantly. He was he was way back, and the battle up front between Magnuson and Marchevsky was his chance to close in, and now he's up to second with that.
Race is not over yet. With 6 minutes left to go, it's only a second and a half between Schrangers and Magnuson. Traffic could play a part in this, and they are in the thick of it. Finally get a little bit of clear track ahead of them. Man, have to keep our eyes everywhere in this race. Already, the number 77 has brought it down to within half a second on our overall leader.
He is driving real hard, and maybe a little too hard there as he went off track and into the gravel. But I don't know if that's going to hurt him too much. He's going to be able to still get right back at it and close in here on Magnuson. Not a whole lot of time for him to do that, though, is the problem.
Looking back from the Kinetic Racing 83 towards Schrangers, you can see him trying to swing through traffic. A little bit of a balk. We couldn't see it up ahead. That's Magnus Wahlstrom in the Bushvink green car. Cost him a little bit of time, but now it looks like the Bushvink car is going to be caught by Schrangers. Has to wait patiently. So much traffic for these guys. Matthias then caught Bowler for Fatch Tech Auto Racing number 311.
The battle for LMP2 is really heating up as well. Kyle Burney has a big lead, but then Colin Stark not super far behind him. And then Gunnar Meeson in the 111 right behind him. Battle for third in that class is really heating up. with Alex Saunders and Cy Andra back at it again.
Can stay with this, but I can report that Magnussen got a much better run through Vale and Club than Schwangers, with the traffic holding him back. So as we watch the battle for third, Neeson currently holding it down. Them catching traffic in all parts of the track. We've stayed green so far. We haven't even checked in on the GTE Pro. Let's go to the second place battle there.
Yeah, Patrick Bresset has been all over the back bumper of Kim Salvesen as they go through Kopp's Corner right now. That number 251 German Sim Racing Ferrari has been trying his best to get by the 4GT Ragnarok Viking team. Chapel Curve they are making their way to head down towards the Hangar Straight. Stefan Overgaard's trying to close the gap in that number 283 Porsche. Down the Hangar Straight he goes now. Let's see, utilizing the graph, Patrick tries to go down. Not able to get close enough up towards Stowe. Hard onto the brakes, late braking almost for him.
And as these two have been fighting over the scraps, Casper de Court has just ghosted these guys. It's a now 4-second lead from first to second in the GTE Pro class.
It seems like that
pass for the lead in overall. Robin Schwangers just gets by, or does he? He's got the inside coming through. That was traffic helping once again. Magnussen has a taste of his own medicine as Robin and the Sim Experience Fire Car moves to the top spot.
Schwangers did a great job there managing not just traffic, but also predicting where Magnussen was going to go. And that will put him in the lead with less than 3 minutes left.
Ooh, but it's not over yet.
More traffic to get around.
Oh my goodness.
Schwangers has struggled right through this section of the track quite a bit. He's been swinging it wide, and you saw it. Magnussen kind of close in.
So we come down to 2 laps to go. Look at all this traffic. You got to make split seconds decisions in here.
Schwangers desperately trying to flash his lights at other cars, getting them out of the way, and he does it well. Magnussen's going to be in second still, but there's a bigger gap there than there was.
And just to add a little bit more to things, guess who's charging again due to the traffic? Vladimir is gaining ground on these two. So as they come down the straight, let's stay with this battle to the end here. Ooh, wow, Schwangers really slowed down as Magnussen gets on the button to just unleash that battery. They've got the car of Alwyn Kloosterman just ahead of him, the NAB racing car. Is the only one that they're dealing with at the moment. They got a huge gap up ahead. You gonna lift? Yes, nice job by the number 108.
Magnussen trying everything he can right now to get back up there.
They've got nobody up ahead at this point. It is a bunch of clear track. In fact, they might not catch any cars until the end of this race.
Schwanger swung that wide, and Magnussen got right up next to him, right up to the back of him.
White flag is waving. Final lap of a 4-hour race, and it is a battle for the lead. What can the kinetic number 83 do? Defensive move a little bit, but coming back to the racing line for Schwangers. Off of Kops, a good run for Magnussen. I think he's going to run out of track. Just not quite enough to stick his nose in. Now through the Maggots and Beckett sequence. This is for all the marbles. Who's got something left in the battery coming down the Hangar Straight? We've seen this has been a decisive part of the track. Here comes Magnussen. He's got a head of steam. Gonna go around the outside, coming up to Stowe. But he runs out of it. Can he make it stick? They come together. Takes to the off track. He could still lose a position because Vladimir is coming up behind them. The lead for now goes to Schwangers. Magnussen drops back. Car probably slightly damaged. Vladimir watching this from the popcorn position, hoping he can do something to maybe steal or win away. As we ride on board with a Subaru REC driver, Robin Schwangers still leading as they come up the bridge. There could still be one more twist in this tail.
This is where Schwangers has been struggling. This might be a good chance for Magnussen to close back in.
How desperate is he? John Ford is up ahead of them with traffic. Is this going to play a part in it? Look at how, as Nick said, Schwanger's struggling in this part of the track. Just has to get to the line. Coming through Woodcote, Schwangers is going to take the win here in round 1. My goodness, and the gap was 2/10 at the line after 4 hours. Where is our next leader?
Kyle Burney, he's got a solid, comfortable lead right now in the Bad Cactus Racing Child 195.
Actually, I think Casper DeCourt going to be the next one across the line. Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. Casper DeCourt, unbelievable strategy calling, takes home the win in the GTE Pro category. And then right behind him, it was going to be the PCDC of Daniel Ferguson in the PCDC Motorsport Red take home the GTE Ram.
And Bernie going to take it around left field now. What a run. These guys qualified well down the order, but through a bit of strategy, Bad Cactus Racing takes the win. And LMP2. What a run to the finish. That was fantastic stuff by all involved. I'm curious to know, though, what Magnussen thinks about what happened with Schwangers there at the end. Remember, there was car contact, although Kinetic Racing 83 did salvage a second place. So with that, after 4 hours here on the GSRC, we still have more to go. We've got the post-race show coming up. Stick around, because after we show you all the upcoming races, we'll have the unofficial results as well as driver interviews. So stick around. Welcome back to Silverstone. We just watched the 4 hours of Silverstone, round 1, and the DGFX series. We got a good race, I'd say. That was some incredible stuff here at the end. And taking a look at the results, well, Sim Experience, Element Racing, Sim Racing Fire managed to get the win, starting from 7th on the grid. What a battle they put up at the end. A little bit of contact with the car that finished in 2nd. That is Kinetic Racing number 83. They're coming from 2nd on the grid. So front row, and no gain, no loss. Can't complain too much there. Sudarir REC Unicorn, same thing, from 3rd to 3rd for them. GT Temple Racing, they took a 4th place with German Sim Racing LMP1 finishing in 5th. Beast Racing came in the 6th position. The only 3 on the lead lap there for our LMP1s were our podium. I'm just going to get into the LMP2s here for a little bit, Nick, and then I'll hand over to you. Bad Cactus Racing managed to take the win over there with 2nd place going to Nomad Racing. Didn't really cover a whole lot of them. Team Hoisingfeld, we saw quite a bit of them this race. Number 111 manages to get a podium, and then the top 10 overall with 4th place winding up with Wyvern Racing there, Nick.
Yeah, 11th place overall. The 101 of V Apex Racing Group Red. Right behind them, 4X Racing HPD and Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC in 13th. The Lux Sim 24 Modfa Podcast HPD in 14th. Then 15th is going to be the German Sim Racing LMP2 DGFX, followed by Roadbasters Alpha, V Apex Racing Group Purple, and Sim Experience Elements Sim Racing, that's Water in 18th. 19th is going to go to PCDC Motorsports Green, and Team Vikings Fenris going to round out the top 20.
Finishing in the 21st position is SRT Team USA, finishing in the 21st position. Graphite Racing, your winner in the GTE Pro category. They will come home in the 22nd position overall, followed by German Sim Racing GTE in 2nd place GTE Pro category, 23rd overall. Team Vikings Ragnarok will come home in 24th position overall, 3rd in the GTE Pro category, followed by Kinetic Racing in 25th overall. Geodesic Racing Black will come home 26th overall. Team Husenfield will come home in 27th overall, followed by Lux Sim 24 Motfa Podcast in 28th, and then as well with the Lux Sim 24 Motfa Podcast sister car in 29th, with the Geodesic Racing Gold in 30th place.
Then as we get to 31st position, it was Alliance Racing. Sad to see them not get better results. With 32nd going to Black Sheep Motorsports 222. This is all overall. Team Bushfink Racing Green finishes 33rd with Virtual Motorsports and 34th. Then NAB Racing. Bad day for them in the LMP2s. They're down in the midst of the GTEs because of a few hard times there, finishing 35th overall. PCDC Motorsports Red taking the win in the GTE 3s, 36 overall. 2nd place in the GTE AM, finishing for Black Sheep Motorsports 323. 38th overall goes to AVA Vervatic 394. 39th, the Auto Tech Sim Racing 311, and then Pineapple Racing 327 gets 40th. Nick?
41st overall is going to go to Team Vikings Midgard in the 301 machine. Lux Sim 24 Motfa Rookies team in the 388, going to be behind them in 42nd. Fisher Motorsports will be 43rd, followed by Black Sheep Motorsports number 221 in 44th. 45th is going to go to Black Cactus Racing Saguaro's team, and Samba Racing team right behind them in the 258 car, going to finish 46th. 47th is going to go to Pineapple Racing's number 360 car. And then AVA Vervatic, number 25, so dominant throughout the race, going to have a heartbreaking 48th place overall finish, followed by PCDC Motorsports Yellow and Torque Freak Racing Blanchimount in 50th.
Coming home in the 51st position overall will be Black Sheep Motorsports 187, followed by Usagi Racing. They were quite dominant early on in the race in the GTE AM. They'll come home in the 52nd position. Next up is the Speedworks Racing Team West. They'll come home 53rd in overall, along with the Simatech Esport Jade team in 54th. Next up is the V Apex Racing Group Orange. They'll come home in 55th, followed by the Fitztime Motorsports Fighting CRC in 56th. The Bad Cactus Racing GTE team will come home in the 57th position, followed by the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, who was so dominant in GTE Pro early on, got caught up in a very unfortunate incident. They'll come home in 58th, followed by the Nomad Sim Racing GTE team in 59th, And rounding out your 60-car field will be the VRG engineering team.
Whew, a mouthful, as we are going to pull in our winner in the LMP2 first. Kyle Burney took it to the line. He was teamed up with Ed Voris, I believe, from what we can see. We'll double check on that as we pull Kyle in. Kyle, congratulations. It looked like, from what I can recall, you guys started well down the order in qualifying. So what exactly was the secret for you guys getting up to the front to be able to challenge for this win?
Strategy. Plain and simple. I was telling Ed, I felt like we were a core auto sport of DGFX. It helped that I've been in close to the top of the time charts all week, and I was pretty quick. And we played strategy right, and cautions fell in our favor, and it worked out. There were some more aggressive passes than I would have liked to do earlier on in the race, but overall it was a lot of fun. That was I guess you can say a fairy tale for that one. So this is my first race since I've been running it, and DGFX the last 3 seasons I've been on the sideline, so getting a win in the first race was obviously really nice.
Saw that you were teamed up with Ed Voris there. Did you guys have a plan coming in, or was this all basically let's figure it out on the fly?
So it was funny because Ed's never done race control before, and the other guy that we have in race control, this is his first race. So it wasn't until 10 minutes before qualifying that we figured out who was actually going to start the race. Mainly because when Ed and I are not in the car, we're helping with race control and running cautions and everything. So we figured out that they wanted me with the experience to be there in race control first, and then basically once we got to the hour mark, which is the minimum drive time, I told Ed, I said, once the caution comes out or you run out of fuel, bring it in, we'll switch, and I'll take it to the end. And then from there, it was just kind of strategy on the fly, and trying to make sure that everything was working right and kind of falling in our favor and seeing where we can end up. And then it was just pushing as hard as we can and staying out of trouble.
That sounds like a good endurance plan to me. Just have a vague framework and go with what is thrown at you. Well, congratulations on opening the season with a win. Looking forward to seeing in about a month's time, Kyle.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, guys.
That was Kyle Burney, winner in the Bad Cactus Racing 195, along with Ed Verras in LMP2. We have our winner and the GTE Pro. Casper DeCourt is here to talk to Taylor Burris.
We're here with Casper DeCourt, winner in the GTE Pro category. Casper, it looks like your strategy paid off. You're able to take home the win. Excellent job. Tell us how your race went with you and Julian Bell.
Well, initially we had quite a bad start to the race. Julian had to jump out the way of a P2, cut across the grass and Maggots and Beckett's, and speared it to the side of another car. So we ended up actually getting a penalty for that as well. So initially, about halfway through the race, we were nowhere. We were at the back of the field. But we managed to play the cautions, play the strategy game, and luckily enough, that last caution meant we could make it to the end without stopping again. So this is a lucky win for us, but still a good one.
All right. Do you feel like now that you're with this win, with the strategy calls you're able to make, do you think this might be a season for you to where you can take it to some of the bigger teams racing against, such as Kinetic, as well as Bushvink and other major teams?
It's definitely one of the aspects you need to be good at in this series. So I think, this race proves we can use this strategy to our advantage. We didn't really have the pace, neither in practice, in qualifying, neither in the race, to be honest. But I think this proves we can, if the cautions fall in our favor or we can use them, we can fight up front.
All right. Well, Casper, congratulations on you and Julian for winning here in the GTE Pro category. And we will see you next in a few months or a few weeks' time at Daytona.
Definitely, we'll be there.
That was Casper DeCourt, winner in the GTE Pro category. And I believe we caught up with someone in LMP2.
Actually, LMP1, Nick is talking to our second place driver, and that's Cy Andra, who shared with Brandon Gracia.
Cy Andra was the fourth place in HPD.
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
But I am here, and so is Cy Andra. Glad to have you on here. Talk me through, we saw you and all of Wyvern Racing you and Brandon battling up and down. Every time I looked at the board, it felt like you were a different position somewhere on the table. Talk me through how it was just managing other car classes and your position throughout the race.
Well, I'm definitely a guy who usually races the fastest class. You usually see me in LMP1 or the Daytona Prototype or the HPD when it's top of the field. But being the middle class was somewhat of a new experience for me, and trying to get used to this race. And also, we had an unfortunate early penalty, but we were basically making up time from there on. I think had we not had those last 2 cautions, I think I would have gotten at least a podium, if not won the race overall. But a little disappointing, but traffic's traffic and yellows happen, so you just got to plan around them.
Yeah, it's that's racing for you, especially when you're doing it for 4 hours at a time. Did you have a strategy with Brandon coming into this thing? I saw you ran about 90 laps. He ran about 40, a little less than that. But did you have a strategy coming into this, and did the cautions mess you up at all, or talk me through that?
Well, we definitely wanted, the minimum driver time for this race was an hour. So basically, I think the idea was we knew that I was faster than Brandon, and I knew I was just as consistent as him and just as good in traffic. So I figured that get Brandon in the car for as long as he needed to be, and then get him out as quickly as possible so I can get that pace advantage back.
Yeah, well, you did a great job, you and Brandon both, fighting back your way up to 4th place in the class. A great finish for you today. It'll be great headed into the next event. How's your team's approach going to be headed into Daytona about a month from now?
Daytona is going to be a whole other beast, simply because the closing rate between LMP1, HPD, and GT is just going to be that much bigger with everybody running low downforce packages. And I'm still debating on how to approach that, and we're going to have a lot of discussions within the team. But I think we've been strong there before, and I think we'll be strong there again. Looking for another pole position, and hopefully this time we take it out to a win.
Yeah, Daytona for sure going to be exciting with all the different classes. I hope to be there myself. Hope to have you talking with us once again after that race. Do you have anyone you want to give a thank you or a shout out to before we let you go?
Well, thank you for Brandon for coming in at such last minute, and thank you for the whole Wyvern team for helping build the setup and get the cars together, get everything organized, and that's about it.
All right, that was Cy Andra finishing P10 overall with Wyvern Racing in the HPDs.
Apologies on the error there. It's a little bit tough to suss out the timing and scoring and drivers here at the end of the race. We'll get a system sorted out for next one at Daytona. But before we get to that, we do have to close up this one. And as part of that, we want to thank Motef, of course, for helping sponsor this race and this series. And a big thank you to all the organizers behind the scenes, including the stewards and race control people. You can hear how much work they do behind the scenes. Thanks to the companies that provide the software and hardware for our broadcast listed here on your screen. And additional thanks go to Eric Ekholm and Jules Lalonde, who provide our wonderful music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of their great work. Thank you to the team today. You guys are troopers. A 4-hour race. That's Nick, Taylor, Sean, and Dougie. I'm very proud to work with you guys today. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, including upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com. You can also check us out on social media on Twitter at GSR Channel, Facebook at Global Sim Racing Channel, and Instagram at GSRC_Graham. As was mentioned, we're going to a track that is very high speed, very different from Silverstone. That is Daytona. That'll be Saturday, November 10th at 10:45 a.m. Eastern. Also, a longer race for that one. We also have upcoming races for other series listed on the screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. However, until next time, race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.